start now. Have your attention. Thank you, sir. We're going to start. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a hearing called to order. I recognize the presence of a quorum. That continues. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole regarding bills number 160-170, 160-171, 160-172, 160-173, 160-174, 160-175, 160-176, and resolution number 160-180. Today I am joined by Councilwoman Janie Blackwell, who is the chair of the Education Committee. This is our annual joint sharing of the school district budget hearings. I wouldn't know what to do if she was not here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Stitt, please read the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Bill number 160-170, an ordinance to adopt a capital program for the 6 fiscal years 2017 through 2022 inclusive. Bill number 160-171, an ordinance to adopt a fiscal 2017 capital budget. Bill number 160-172, an ordinance adopting the operating budget for fiscal year 2017. Bill number 160-173, an ordinance amending section 19-1806 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Authorization of Realty Use and Occupancy Tax to further authorize the Board of Education of the School District of Philadelphia to impose a tax on the use or occupancy of real estate within the School District of Philadelphia under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 160-174, an ordinance amending section 19-1801 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Authorization of Tax to further authorize the Board of Education of the School District of Philadelphia to impose a tax on real estate within the City of Philadelphia, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 160-175, an ordinance amending Chapter 19-1500 of the Philadelphia Code, titled Wage and Net Profits Tax, by revising certain tax rates under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 160-176, an ordinance amending Title 19 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Finance, Taxes, and Collections, by adding a new Chapter 19-4100, entitled Sugar Sweetened Beverage Tax, under certain terms and conditions. Resolution number 160-180, a resolution providing for the approval by the Council of the City of Philadelphia of a revised 5-year financial plan for the City of Philadelphia covering fiscal years 2017 through 2021 and incorporating proposed changes with respect to fiscal year 2016, which is to be submitted by the Mayor to the Pennsylvania Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority, the authority pursuant to the Intergovernmental Cooperation Agreement authorized by an ordinance of this Council approved by the Mayor on January 3, 1992, Bill number 1563-A, by and between the city and the authority.
Thank you, Mr. Stitt. Today we continue the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole to consider the bills read by the clerk that constitute proposed operating and capital spending measures for fiscal 2017, a capital program, and a forward-looking capital plan for fiscal 2017 through fiscal 2022. Mr. Stitt, today we will hear testimony from the school district, which will start at 10 a.m., and we will have the break depending on the level of questioning. For the record, we may have listed on some of the council members' schedules callbacks. We do not have department callbacks today. Mr. Who's testifying on behalf of the school district today?
Dr. Height.
Dr. Height and the chair?
Chair Marjorie Neff, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
How are you? I must say this is somewhat abnormal. I don't think I see a single sign in the audience.
Wait.
We got it?
Hold it up.
All right, there you go. Okay, I was getting ready to say now, what's going on here? You know, we're not used to this, the calm before the storm. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council President and members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you this morning. My name is Marjorie Neff. I'm the chair of the School Reform Commission of the School District of Philadelphia. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge and thank my fellow commissioners, Feather Houston, Sylvia Sims, Bill Green, and Farah Jimenez for their service to the Philadelphia students. I'm excited to be here this morning to share my enthusiasm for the work that is happening in Philadelphia schools. We on the SRC make weekly visits to schools across Philadelphia, and I learn about the successes and common challenges facing our schools. On these informal visits, we tour classrooms and hear from students, staff, and family members about their experiences at the school. These visits allow us to experience firsthand the diversity of our schools and the wide range of programs operating in service to the students of 200,000 students of Philadelphia. To respond to this various array of needs, Dr. Height and his team have built Action Plan 3.0, which arranges the district into 5 networks of similar school communities in order to provide targeted educational services to our students. In the Opportunity Network, schools and programs focus on serving approximately 5,000 of our most vulnerable students, those who are at risk or who have already detached from schooling. We have visited a range of program options, including Camelot Academy, a transitional program, the Juvenile Justice Center, and One Bright Ray, an accelerated high school. We've seen students in these programs find success through individualized supports, strong adult-youth relationships, and access to social, emotional, and behavioral supports. In the neighborhood networks, our traditional district-run schools are grouped into 9 networks with the goal of ensuring that every student has a quality opportunity close to where they live. Each of these networks represents the diversity of their community and neighborhood. These schools work with community partners to bring innovative strategies and resources to support their students. In the fall, we attended South Philadelphia High School's monthly partner meeting. We sat with more than 10 community partner organizations to analyze the school's achievement data and strategize ways to increase their collective impact. At James Blaine Elementary School, we met family members who were engaged in building a school advisory council, and we observed City Year members providing student tutoring and mentorship support. Similarly, at Tannery Ducker Elementary School, we met with many of the school's partners, including Temple University, Stepping Stone Scholars, Education Works, and more. Along with these networks, we have had the opportunity to see schools in the Turnaround Network, where strategic investments are being made to dramatically accelerate improvement in some of our lowest performing schools. The Innovation Network, where we've seen school communities making exciting advances in the implementation of inquiry-based learning models. And finally, we visited schools like Motivation High School in the Autonomy Network, a network of high-performing citywide admission and magnet schools that are being given increased autonomy to manage their curriculum and affairs in a way that serves the distinctive students population they serve. Through these networks and with our 83 charter schools, Dr. Height has created a framework for fostering and growing an array of school options in Philadelphia broad enough to meet the diverse needs of our students. While each network is uniquely built to serve the needs of its students, they all face many similar challenges and successes. Most common among these is the challenge of years of budget cuts. At the school level, our communities have come together to manage those cuts and continue providing students with the best opportunities available. As we witnessed on each of our school visits, schools have built strong partnerships that are advancing opportunities for students in Philadelphia despite our challenges. These partnerships, along with the dedicated work of our staff, students, and families, have allowed communities to make progress even in difficult times. As a city, we've worked together to keep our schools open and support Dr. Height as he has built a culture of fiscal accountability. Through the leadership of the council president and fellow city council members, the city of Philadelphia has increased its recurring annual investments to the school district by more than $400 million since FY11. These local funds have enabled us to avoid making further cuts to programs and services that impact our students and families. Thank you to the council president and all of the council members for your continued partnership and support for our schools. Thank you for the opportunity to share the achievements of many of our schools and their strong communities. I look forward to sharing future examples of successes in our schools as Dr. Height furthers the work of Action Plan 3.0 with targeted investments this upcoming year. As a side note, I'd like to invite all council members. I know that you all visit schools, but I would like to invite you, if you're interested at any time, in joining us on our school visits. And with that, I'd like to introduce Dr. Height, Superintendent of the School District of Philadelphia, to make his remarks.
Thank you, Chair Neff. Good morning, President Clark and City Council members. Thank you for your opportunity to testify before you today. I would like to start my presentation a little differently this year with a brief video that will be part of our teacher recruitment efforts and highlights the impacts of recent investments in our schools and our plan for new investments in the future. Thanks.
A stronger Philadelphia starts with high-quality schools in every neighborhood, close to where children live. In the face of challenges, we have made progress. We've stabilized our budget, established important anchor goals, launched the school progress report to empower parents, and we continue to identify schools that need intervention and help. We have come a long way, but there's still work to be done. Our plan invests over $7 million for our in-district turnaround model to bring rapid improvement to low-performing schools. And $12 million is earmarked to reverse budget cuts and put a counselor in every school and a nurse in every building. We will eliminate split grade classes in 2nd and 3rd grade and invest more in early literacy specialists and reading coaches. And our Read by 4 campaign to put early learning programs in 100 summer camps will continue. We modernize our textbooks and expand our digital library with a $32 million investment in a new set of learning tools that support a 21st century curriculum to improve college and career readiness. And every high school will have an updated laboratory outfitted with new and improved learning materials and computers. By the start of the 2016-2017 school year, every teacher from kindergarten to 12th grade will have received a brand new laptop to create effective instruction and evaluation programs for their students. PSAT and SAT testing preparation is funded so that every 9th, 10th, and 11th grade student can take the PSAT for free. And our school's best and brightest will see greater funding and expanded access for advanced placement classes, gifted education, and summer enrichment opportunities. As we continue working with city and state funders to find a long-term, reliable, and sustainable funding model, the Philadelphia School District is making critical investments needed to ensure that our progress continues and that all children have a great school close to where they live.
Thank you. As you can see from the video, we have many places where children are benefiting from our efforts to improve student outcomes. We have fought through years of deficits and tough choices, and we've asked for tremendous sacrifices by students, teachers, families, and parents. I want to thank City Council. You fought for and delivered on behalf of Philadelphia schools and our children when we needed your help the most. It wasn't always easy, but you supported over $400 million in additional revenues to our public schools over the past 5 years. These monies have allowed us to reinvest in our schools and build towards long-term sustainability. Without you, we would not be in the position where we can now focus on investments in long-term sustainability instead of devising emergency contingency plans to deal with funding deficits. However, short-term stability should not be confused with adequacy or equity. No school district in the Commonwealth has made the deep and difficult cuts we have endured over the last several years. and their schools still feel the effects of the actions we had to take to achieve fiscal balance. That is why I am eager to speak with you today about the tremendous optimism I have for the future of our schools and the important and much-needed investments we must make in our schools over the next several years. Students are never shy when it comes to expressing what they want or what they need. Every time I walk into a school, I hear a recurring theme. While we have more, we do not have enough. Our children's voices have shaped the budget priorities I will share with you now. Since the 2013-2014 school year, I've met regularly with a group of students as a part of my Student Advisory Council to discuss what they experience every day. There are students from more than 40 schools citywide on the council, including charter schools. They have my cell phone number, and they don't hesitate to call me or text or email when they have issues. Our meetings are built around a single topic on which I receive a broad range of views. I've heard their perspectives on the elements of a high-quality school. We've discussed student safety at transportation hubs, how the district can be more eco-friendly, college prep online tools, and our policies on cell phones in schools. Students provided input on our academic calendar, budget priorities, and our Action Plan 3.0, the district's strategic plan. Last school year, the Student Advisory Council requested more art, music, and sports programs, and more counselors and nurses. I'm proud to say we listened and we acted, and not only have we put in more music teachers, but in the coming school year, we will have a counselor in every school and a nurse in every school building. At our last meeting, the Student Advisory Council specifically expressed their gratitude for our responsiveness to their feedback. As superintendent, it is not enough to put students' feedback in action when they bring basic requests. We must commit to creating the long-term financial conditions where they no longer feel the need to ask for the basics. With stable financial circumstances, we can develop long-term strategic investments that provide opportunities for all children in the city. For the upcoming fiscal year, the school district is not requesting additional funding from the city and state above the currently proposed amounts. Let me be clear, our budget cannot be a set of yo-yo investments, spending one year and cutting back the next. We need year-over-year investments to succeed, and our investments can only be sustained through recurring revenues. A 5-year plan for fiscal years 2017 through 2021 puts funds towards our action plan anchor goals around college and career readiness, grade level literacy, effective instruction, and strong leadership while practicing good fiscal management. We have specific targets for our accomplishments over the next 5 years. We want to increase and improve student outcomes, not just produce more outputs. Over the next 5 years, we plan to invest more than $440 million to create a great school in every neighborhood in the city. Our college and career readiness investments include updated textbooks, an expanded digital library, upgraded classrooms and labs, free PSATs, more advanced placement classes, and all of these things will support students to successful high school completion and beyond. Our literacy investments, more literacy specialists and reading coaches, additional Read by Fourth summer camps, and the classroom books and materials children need will prepare students for success from the earliest grades. Our increased investments in turning around some of the most challenged schools will accelerate student progress. And we are giving our principals the flexibility necessary to create and enact their school visions, and we are equipping our teachers with the tools they need to create modern, engaging classrooms. As part of our investments, we will partner around fair labor agreements that allow for 21st century learning environments. Recruiting and retaining great teachers is vital to achieving great schools that serve all Philadelphia students. Today, I can update you on our multi-tiered recruitment effort to fill for what we anticipate to be 1,400 teacher vacancies. Right now, we have over 1,200 applications from external candidates, with still more coming in. We're on the pace to have over 1,000 vacancies filled, both through external hires and internal transfers, leaving another 400 vacancies yet to be filled. While we are making good progress, there is still work to do, and we can use your help. There are subjects that have fewer candidates, like special education, language, math, and science. We could use your support in getting the word out and referring interested teachers to us. We're also taking action with regard to the problem of substitute teaching. For years, we have fallen short at recruiting substitute teachers. We sought a solution by partnering with a company that specializes in staffing services, and unfortunately, that partnership failed. While the arrangement failed, we still believe that the best way to provide substitutes to all schools is through a partner. For the upcoming 2016-2017 school year, we are moving to the largest and most experienced provider of substitute staff in the industry and in educational staffing, one with over 2 decades of experience in the field. Just yesterday, in an effort to be more transparent about how we do our work and the challenges we face, we delivered our second quarterly report to City Council under the terms of the Intergovernmental Cooperation Agreement. We've held numerous briefings outside of the budget season to allow for more in-depth discussions around important issues to schools and to you, the council members, and your constituents. We appreciate your involvement, your support, your ideas, and your continued willingness to be part of the solution. We need to work with you and our state legislature to develop a long-term, reliable, and sustained funding model for the school district. Our 5-year plan is based on reasonable assumptions. These assumptions include, however, a loss of revenue when the city's AVI market value adjustments accounted in the state's reimbursement formula and when the cigarette tax sunsets at the end of fiscal year 2019. This fiscally responsible budget shows positive fund balances through fiscal year 2018, followed by negative fund balances beginning in 2019. This is due to the simple fact that our projected expenditures are nearly double the rate of our revenue growth. Working together, we have an opportunity to develop a roadmap to head off these challenges. We're committed to getting ahead of the problem and want to work with the city and state now, while we have time provided by modest fund balance to find recurring sources of revenue. We must act now to ensure a stable future for our children and for the city. Every time I walk into a Philadelphia school, meet with a student, see a teacher in action, hear the pride of a parent, a family member, and feel the promise of a principal, I'm reminded of our potential to be one of the nation's greatest public school systems. The future of our children, our schools, and our city depends on how we serve our children. I appreciate your time and all that you have done already, and I'd like to take this moment to also offer particular thanks to Councilman Dom for donating your council salary to support 10 of our high-need schools. I'm happy to answer any of the questions from you, Council President, and from members of City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I want to thank Councilman Dom also, because he's, I understand, one of the next ones that are teed up are in my council manager district. Thank you, sir. Dr. Height, you had actually warmed me up pretty much with the video. And I was like, okay, whatever you want. But then you gave me your testimony. I was like, oh. All right, so sometimes you got to quit while you're ahead.
That's right.
Right.
Stop at the video.
Real quick, though. Thank you all for your testimony. Real quick, so union negotiations with PFT and workforce. And I understand to some degree you can't really talk about the specifics, but we have been going through this for quite some time. And I've always said, and a number of members have said, until you stabilize your expenditures, which the personnel is probably the largest, you can't really get a sense of how much revenue you need to run the ship. So one, does it look like in the foreseeable future that we're going to get to where we need to get with respect to the contract? And two, in your budget projections, disregarding what the state will ultimately give, is there revenues built into your proposed budget that could accommodate a reasonable contract with the PFT?
Yes, I will respond to the first part, and then I'm joined today, in addition to the chair of the SRC, by Ori Monson, the Chief Financial Officer. So for the first part, I do want to thank you for the question, Council President. We have some ongoing negotiations with two other units as well, with CASA, who made some significant sacrifices in the past, and we're in active negotiations with them, with 32BJ, as you know, who made some pretty significant sacrifices in the past as well. So those two are going on, and we are working under the auspices of a state-appointed mediator with the negotiations with PFT, and those talks are occurring with a level of frequency now that give us the ability to continue those conversations, but that is through the auspices of the state-appointed mediator. We have included some monies in the budget for all labor negotiations, and Mr. Munson, if you want to add any piece to that.
Good morning, Council President. Ori Monson, Chief Financial Officer for the district. Just to follow up, included in the $440 million of investments, which Dr. Height referred to, is investments in talent and workforce, which include the supplemental teacher hiring we're doing now, the counselor in every school, nurse in every school building, and funding for what we believe would be fair workforce agreements that allow for the 21st century learning environments. So we do have funds in there that we believe would allow us to reach agreements with all of our bargaining units.
Okay. Page 3 of the testimony talks about the 5-year plan is based on reasonable assumptions, including a loss of revenue attributed to the city's move to AVI and the market value adjustments counted in the state's reimbursement formula and the sunsetting of the cigarette tax at the end of FY19. And that sunset provision is a significant loss of revenue. How are we going to address these shortfalls, or do we have a plan yet that you can talk about publicly? Since this is a public hearing, I shouldn't.
Our plan actually is the goal of the 5-year plan, the way we laid it out, was to put before you what is. What the current law is, what current trends are, what we expect. If everything we know today were to play forward, this is what would be. As you can see, as a result, in our 5-year plan, we end fiscal year 21 with a $600 million fund balance deficit, negative fund balance. Half of that is directly attributable to those two issues. Our goal that we laid out for you again is there's no monetary ask, it's an ask for an opportunity to sit down with the city, with the state, with all of our funders, and to identify that we have a problem down the road, not wait for down the road to get there, and figure out the solution to that problem. As you know, we have no control over our revenues, we have limited control over our expenditures, but we wanted to have a discussion now, ideally not under the pressure of a budget hearing, and when you're all dealing with your own budget, state with its budget, to discuss what the long-term plan is to close that gap so that we can maintain the investment levels we want to maintain in our schools.
Thank you. One last question. In terms of your budget proposal, how does it align with the advent of community schools? And to what degree are you interacting with the City of Philadelphia's Office of Education as it relates to community schools? I know we've talked about it personally, but is there strategic plan?
Yes, absolutely. We have 2 individuals on staff who are working directly with the Mayor's Office of Education and working through that. And there are weekly meetings, I believe, if not twice a week. But there's a lot of integration and alignment in terms of that work moving forward. And we have 2 members of our senior team who are also a part of that planning task force.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn this over to Councilwoman Blackwell at this moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President. I got the taller chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. There are many rumors around, even about split classes and where we will be in that area in the fall. Do you have any information about that?
I do have some information about that, Councilwoman Blackwell. We have now, at the moment, because of some investments we've made in the past, we've started to focus on schools that have had split classes for a number of reasons, and those reasons are things like the lack of funding, leveling, which is a process that is done in the fall, and space in some cases. And so one of the investments that we've begun is the elimination of many of the split classes that are not designed for instructional purposes. At the moment, we have fewer than 30 split classes, and one of the things that we're trying to determine are which ones are split because of instructional an instructional design or work that a principal and his or her teachers are trying to accomplish. But it is our goal to eliminate all split classes except those that are part of the instructional program of school.
Thank you. That is so important. We spent nearly a year with a parent worried about her child graduating because the child was put in a split class at a lower level. And she called us over and over and came to every meeting in the community that we heard of. That's very important, and that's good news. We're glad to hear about the counselors. We're very clear, happy to hear about teachers. And those have been major issues that we've tried to deal with this year. Having said that, I will come back and I'll call on some of my colleagues for questions as well. Councilwoman Gem?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to thank the school district for its decision to put a full-time nursing counselor back in every school. I think it's an important move forward. It's not sufficient, but it's an important step forward to do something that to me is a central aspect of the school district's mission at this particular stage of its existence. And that is, it's important for us to make our schools again. In 2013, when the most severe budget cuts happened, Dr. Haidt, you were on Radio Times and did a pretty stunning interview when you talked about when students returned to schools back in September 2013 that they may not recognize schools because the typical resources that were there were not going to be there any longer. And I think that after years of shortfalls, we're back in a situation where we can talk about investments and what we need to do to reinvest back in core services that are fundamentally about the mission of schools, that uphold your curricular mandates by the state code, that rebuild confidence in our schools for new families and parents who are currently here, and either bring our families back into our district or convince them not to leave. And this budget, to me then, because we don't have the constrictions of asking for additional money, is fundamentally about the school district's choices. It's about the choices that you're making to invest in certain things over others. And a big reason we're able to talk about these new investments is that the district did not spend funds that were currently budgeted this year. In fact, a huge portion of it is about talking about making reference to what you now say are 1,000 vacancies in our system. And the district has acknowledged that there are good savings and there are bad savings, and that the savings that have resulted in the current fund balance are fundamentally bad savings to a large portion. And I really wanted to go through some of the numbers from the consolidated budget that I think are extremely staggering to talk about because they give a picture of what the school district has looked like for the past year. $20 million was saved due to vacancies among K-8 teachers. $2.5 million was saved due to vacancies among middle school teachers. Over $6.5 million was saved due to vacancies among secondary education teachers. $17.2 million out of $140 million was not delivered to low-incident special education staff. We missed $1.9 million among high-incident special ed staff, almost $2 million amongst our counseling staff, $1.3 million in vacancies due to our nurses, $9.5 million due to vacancies among custodians and building engineers, $4 million saved due to vacancies among maintenance and repair staff, and $2 million saved due to vacancies among special education bus attendants. And in combination, that's over $65 million that was expected to be spent on essential staffing and effectively wasn't spent or used. And this means that there's a cross-the-board problem around filling vacancies. It's not just teacher vacancies that we're talking about. We have a problem that goes beyond the 180 teacher vacancies that exist in the district. And as Councilwoman Blackwell mentioned, and the chairwoman mentioned, is that the problems have become evident around things like these split grades, which have been abolished in previous administrations as being pedagogically inappropriate when done due to financial reasons. It's overcrowding on a massive level within our elementary and our high schools, including core subject areas that are gone missing. And I guess, I want to raise 3 challenges to the district and ask you to respond back to those, because I think this question of how we're going to make our schools actually schools again is the central challenge. It requires us to take and pay attention to not only staffing, but making sure that curricular mandates are filled, that we're doing audits and paying attention to what's going on. It means that we're looking at the basic needs of schools, including something as basic as water access. So my 3 questions or challenges to the district that I'm hoping you can respond to are the following. You made mention to the councilwoman about the split grades and the overcrowding that has existed, but can you assure us that you will abolish this practice of split grade classrooms for financial reasons and commit that schools will not be impacted in the coming September, but that it's a commitment that you're making? The second question has a lot to do with human resources. Everybody in this council is fully on board with you hiring for these staffing positions, and I think the council president made a great point about contracts. But we are really concerned about the lack of a permanent, strong leadership in your Office of Talent and getting that capacity in place, and how you are actually going to be able to hire teachers and nurses and counselors and building engineers and physical therapists when we haven't had a permanent talent officer since July of 2015. And the last question is about water access. Water access has been a major and repeated concern by and for students and families in the school district. Last week, our office introduced legislation that wanted to bring in water fountains, one per every 100 students, but more than just access to water, students have complained about quality of water. So there's been some research around hydration stations. You've mentioned that you're looking for short-term investments, and the Food Trust has done some number crunching in this area, estimating about $1,500 per water hydration station. And we're talking about investments of less than $1 million if you added in 3 per school to guarantee cold, fresh, and safe water access to young people. And could you talk about committing to working on this issue to install either these hydration stations and work with us on the water access issue for the coming year?
So I'll take your questions in order. Councilwoman Gim, so to the first question, yes, as included in my testimony, my response to the council president, I am willing to go on the record to say that except for instructional decisions by principals, it is our goal to eliminate all split classes. And while those have been eliminated by prior administrators, prior administrations, some schools have used those as an instructional approach. And so we're trying to discern of the 30 remaining split classes, who's doing that out of need and who's doing that out of design. Some of our school redesign initiatives are actually using that approach as an instructional model. So yes, we commit to that, except where it is the instructional practice of the school to do otherwise. To the second point on the hiring, you're right, and nobody sitting at this table or behind me it's not for a lack of effort in terms of trying to fill many of the vacancies that we currently have, and we are trying to get ahead of this for next year. But I think part of the solution to this is also changing the message and the brand. And it doesn't help us in recruiting if over the last several years we had massive school closings, and then massive layoffs, and then we didn't know if we were going to open the following year because of state budgets, and in this current year, because of a state budget, we sent letters out in December that said, we don't know if we'll be able to pay people in January if there's no state budget. And so part of this is also changing the brand of Philadelphia so that it becomes a more attractive place for individuals. And the other part of that is having the systems in place. And to your point, we are finalizing a selection for, we hope, a leader of talent or HR that we hope will happen over the next week or so. And so that work is going on in earnest. And we feel like we are moving towards opening schools without the significant number of vacancies that we've had this year. I will add, though, I'm anticipating hiring we're going to be able to hire prior to the end of June for all of the vacancy numbers we have. As I indicated to you in a different conversation, we're still going to be challenged in areas like special education, language, math, science. We know that already, and we're going to need additional help and support. So if, in fact, there are interest of any council members who could host job fairs or career fairs or interest or meet and greets for individuals who are candidates, we will gladly accept that support and that collaboration. With respect to the water and in the dehydration stations, Fran Burns has been working, a Chief Operations Officer has been working on this issue in a pretty significant way, and so I'm going to invite her up to respond to the third question. Yes, we are interested in resolving this issue, but because Fran has been working on this, I want to invite her up to respond.
Good morning. Fran Burns, Chief Operating Officer. Councilwoman, yesterday we issued the district's first ever sustainability program, and thank Councilman Taubenberger and Councilwoman Blondell Reynolds Brown for joining us during the release. On page 26 of the report, action item number 56, or is it? Yeah, 56. We actually speak to providing bottled water and accessible hydration stations throughout the district. So a couple things are currently underway. One is that some schools are already on their own initiative, and the school-based leadership through the principal and teachers have some hydration stations and actually did them through fundraising. The others, we have a Healthy Schools Committee that is spearheaded by our Environmental Director, Francine Locke. The Food Trust is an active participant in that committee, and we have extended an outreach through Council President Clark to have council members and staff participate in that committee. And so a few things are happening around that. Yes, we have the same quote of about $1,500 per hydration station, but it's a mixture of, right now, very positive momentum of places where, one, there could be grants to provide for the hydration stations. Second, where there is, again, already some momentum towards some other outside funding for the program. And then third, we are committing through our food services division to installing hydration stations in a certain number of schools.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Council, for Chairwoman. But Ms. Burns, you know, the issue is not fundraising for water. It's about, will the district commit to putting forward, you know, what could range between $500,000 to $1 million to ensure that action item number 56 is actually a priority for September 2016. Will you commit to making this water access issue a priority for schools?
Oh, it's absolutely a priority, but in terms of the funding, we are committing to a certain amount of schools through the food services, through our food services fund to fund, and while we look at potential funding through other sources. In addition, we still have, I think, some investment decisions through the CFO's office that have yet to be made. So in terms of our priority, it's absolutely a priority. We're working on it. We've got great partnerships that have gotten us to this point.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just, wanted to thank, and I'll have other questions on the go-around, but, just a really quick statement, Dr. Height, that I do hope that the district doesn't understand the current crisis within it as just being an issue of branding and messaging, that there is no teacher's contract that has existed for 3 years, that we have the School Reform Commission has been explicit about what it would like to do, is in court currently to talk about this. There's constant outsourcing. We've made conscious decisions about nurses, substitutes, and other types of things. It's not just a messaging issue. There is a clear direction, and it's about choices. And I definitely hope that, you'll work with us to try and not just change a message, but change an approach to how we're looking at this situation.
Yeah, we're absolutely changing the approach, Councilwoman, and we're changing the approach by starting much earlier, by trying to resolve all of our labor agreements, not just with the PFT, but with everyone else, and providing those individuals with the tools and environments they need in order to be successful. So I appreciate your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilman O.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. Good morning.
Good morning.
I do appreciate your coming by the other day as you have been making your rounds and talking about a lot of these issues. So I do have a few questions. The first is about the funding. As you've indicated, right now we have a fund balance because monies that you wanted to spend to provide for the important personnel and education was not spent. So therefore, there's a fund balance. It's not that we have, properly funded our schools and have extra money. We have actually done the opposite. And so, as you begin to spend this money to correct the situation, to try to improve education, you indicate that by 2019, you're going to have a shortfall of about $140 million. By 2020, $375 million shortfall. And by 2021, $603 million shortfall, which combined is like close to $1 billion just in your operating and I suppose capital budget. Is that correct?
It's actually not, it rolls one into the other, so it builds, so
it builds,
so
okay.
You really shouldn't add them up. It would just be, by the end of the 5 years, we would be at $600 million negative. It's probably the best way to look at it.
Operating and capital, or just operating?
That's just operating.
Just operating. Capital expenditures for buildings and facilities would be another additional amount of money. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, that being the situation, I am concerned that the city, it appears, is going to be asked to provide a portion of that money, if not, a very large portion. Now, depending on what happens with the state, which we never know what happens with the state, but the city is going to be asked to provide these revenues. Is that a fair assumption?
I think our goal at this point, as we've stated, is to have all of the funders come together to have a discussion with us about how to achieve a sustainable, structurally balanced budget.
So kind of in light of that, I'm concerned, as you are, that as you mentioned with the conclusion of the cigarette tax in 2019, and then the sunsetting of the PICA portion of the wage tax in 2023, that according to our representatives will put us in a $350 million hole on an annual basis unless something is done, which I don't know when that's going to be addressed. We are also looking at sales taxes, which we expect to decline over a period of time. We have a 2% sales tax higher than the surrounding counties, and we're looking at a soda tax. My issue is that while we have this issue of pre-K, which is a new program that needs new administration and about $60 million per year from the city, we are going to be asked to provide money to the schools. Is there some, kind of broad or forward-thinking plan that you have to look at the ability of the city to provide that money? In other words, if we start using up money, like we don't have endless pots of money, if we start using up money that you're going to want to use in the future, it won't be there. Have you kind of coordinated with the mayor over these issues?
I'll speak to the pre-K issue. Naturally, we are for universal pre-K, and we think that it's really important. One of the things that, that's part of the mayor's office, along with community schools, and that's an initiative that they are working through. And it's my understanding that that initiative is to develop high-quality providers in that space. The district does now contract with pre-K providers, and we have our own pre-K program, but that we have limited capacity inside of our structure to do that work, and we have no capacity to develop providers, which is a large part of the mayor's approach to pre-K. One of the reasons we're doing a 5-year plan is, as Mr. Munson stated earlier, is to ensure that there is a clear understanding of what our current situation looks like, but in addition, what the long-term situation will look like over the next 5 years. And so it is, so our request, as you've heard before, is how do we think about this in terms of the things that we can do right now to address these issues if there's a solution to the AVI wage reimbursement problem? Is there a solution to the cigarette tax expiration? Can we think of other ways to generate revenue for the district in the long run? But it wasn't we are coordinating with the mayor in so much as we're a part of that team. We just cannot do the type of work that the mayor's office is attempting to do around pre-K.
Right. Could I say, in response, two issues arise. Sure. One is that you are a school district with buildings situated throughout the city, with certified teachers, with the infrastructure, with all kinds of supports that you've been doing for a long time. Yet you don't have the capacity or ability to implement an additional universal pre-K.
Yeah, we don't have the capacity to develop providers. Okay. That's a big distinction. Right. And we do have the ability, if in fact we could probably host another 500 children using our current set of providers. Okay. And be ready for the fall. Beyond that, we'll run into space issues because there are some mandates as the school district. Right. We're mandated to serve children who are learning English. We're mandated to serve children who have special needs, particularly at the early ages. And so those young people, we have mandates to serve them first, and that is utilizing a lot of the space that would otherwise be available for some of the pre-K spaces.
The city does not have such a mandate. We don't have to deal with non-English speakers, persons with disabilities, children with autism, learning disabilities.
No, we would have to do that as a school district. We have to support that first. The city would then develop providers. This is my understanding. Yeah. The city would then develop providers who are already offering some child care at the early years, and develop those providers as pre-K providers. And that's what the district does not have the capacity to do. We don't develop current providers. We just contract with providers once they are deemed high quality. The development of that group would require a different type of work that is very different than just teaching a pre-K class.
Right. I'm just going to ask the chairwoman. I understand the bell has rung, Madam Chair, but I think that, kind of these discussions might warrant a little longer conversation. Otherwise, we just go around in a circle and kind of pick up where we left off in a very disjointed, incoherent manner. Would that be okay, Chairwoman? Thank you very much. Yes. So if the school district then says the city, which has never done pre-K before, go ahead and do pre-K. We need an infrastructure and whatnot. We're going to use the money. We're going to develop the providers, and we're going to do this on a declining base of revenues, which is the soda tax, if that's how it's funded. It could be funded some other way, but I think the issue is what is sustainable funding. But I got to be a little concerned if, while you don't have the ability to develop new providers, the city starts this whole project, but yet in a few years you're going to need more money, and the city has committed itself to maintaining a program on declining revenues, that we're going to have to look for revenues ourselves. And I'm not saying there aren't maybe perhaps revenues out there, but then in the area of sustainable funding, I think about the fact that, for example, we have Uber and Lyft operating in our city. They are a business making money, making a lot of money. They pay no taxes. They're not licensed. They're not regulated. We don't know if they have drunk drivers. People have suspended licenses or whatever. And then all the folks who are part-time drivers, as most cabbies are part-time, that we don't know I don't think we're getting their wage tax either. I just think that, for example, we have some entities in our city that the revenues used to go to the city, and they no longer go to the city. I think that those are the issues. When I go to Harrisburg and talk to the folks there, the issue is we're not getting more money from them. But the question is, can we keep more of the revenues that we generate in our city to use for our city and for our schools? And as we fight for these different sources of money, I have to ask this question. The issue of one of the SRC board members now being the president and CEO of Philadelphia Education Fund, how is that not a conflict?
I guess that question's for me.
Oh, it's for whoever wants to answer it, including the general counsel. Anyone who would like to answer that question.
And unfortunately, our general counsel is not here.
Okay.
But the opinion of our general counsel, legal opinion of our general counsel, is that it does not constitute a broad conflict. And happy to have the general counsel speak to you directly or to provide you with that legal opinion in writing.
Okay, I respect the general counsel. I don't actually know who it is personally, but I have no reason not to respect their legal abilities at this point in time. I will say that when I go on the website, it says specifically that their goals and objectives are to establish and coordinate high-quality educator development and support for Philadelphia public schools, specifically. Philadelphia public schools, not private schools, not outside of the city. And they have an entire agenda of what they think is best, and they advocate for these things, and they influence the school district, and I don't understand how it would not be a conflict, but I am going to certainly, receive the legal opinion of general counsel. I will say that I know that when SRC member, Councilman Bill Green, was a member of City Council, whenever his law firm was handling something, he would submit a letter and he would recuse himself from the vote. But his law firm handles many, many issues, not simply with the school district or with the city, whereas the Philadelphia Education Fund seems to be it only exists to influence what the school district does. Okay, so
I hear you.
I look forward to getting that. Thank you.
Thank you.
If this is submitted in writing, we ask that you submit it to the chair and we will distribute it. Thank you. You're welcome. Councilman Dom?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Sir.
And good morning. Good morning. Just a few comments and add some questions. First of all, I want to congratulate you all on hiring Yuri Munson. Great hire. Great hire. And I felt very comfortable when I heard he was being hired because I felt we were in good hands. So that's a good thing. So I want to go, in your report, you have the 3.0 status. So I want to ask you, on the report card for the school district, are we achieving the 4 goals that you've set out? Are we on track? Are we ahead? Are we behind? Where are we with those 4 goals?
We are on track, and we are a little behind in terms of, naturally we're behind on the talent this year because we had some unfilled positions. And by the way, we're behind on the children reading at grade level by the time they're 8 years old. And so those are the areas where we are behind.
How about on the graduation rates?
We are on track in terms of our graduation rate, and we're trying to achieve a 5-year target of 80%. So while our current target is 65%, we are on track to a 5-year rate of 80%. And one of the things we are also on track to do is go from 1 out of every 3 children reading on grade level to 2 out of every 3 children reading on grade level by the time. But we think that all of the efforts that we're doing, particularly in the early years, will help us with that.
Can you also come back to us, you don't have to do it today, with what you need to do to get 2 of those goals back on track so we can achieve, because I think your goals are good. I mean, I'd love to see that in 4 years we have 80% high school graduation rate. And I wasn't clear about students who attended college the year after graduating. It says in the book 55%. Is that the current rate today, or is that the goal?
That's the goal.
It's the goal?
Yes.
And what is the current rate today?
I'll get that for you.
Okay. So with those kind of statistics, if we're on track, I mean, I think there's a good story. If those goals are being achieved, we should tell that story.
I will get that for you.
Okay. So I want to make sure I understand on the financial side of things, because you gave a good presentation, that down the road, we're going to be $600 million in the hole, basically. And in looking at the budget, and you pointed this out, it's the changes of ABI, the cigarette tax, and it looks like the charter schools is a big piece of that. Is there a recommendation that you all can make to us as to how to deal with those 3 issues and what you'd like to see happen?
We have laid out regarding the cigarette tax and the ABI change. They're both in the hands of the state. We have spoken to state legislators across the General Assembly, made them aware of these concerns. When we did the presentation before the SRC, before council members of the budget, we have also done it for various delegations in Harrisburg. It's not an issue that we can solve. The cigarette tax, in fact, when the city approved it, they approved it ongoing. The SRC's approval is also ongoing. It's the state that has the sunset provision, so it's the state that would need to unwind that. Similarly, with the ABI, it's a state ratio formula. They would need to come up with a solution. Our goal here was to point out to them exactly what the impact of that, the current law is, and that it is an issue we need to have addressed. Those 2 pieces, obviously, as I mentioned before, make up about half the $600 million problem we have over the 5-year period. In terms of the charter school expenses, I think we've all spoken about at various points the fact that and actually I'll even use the Auditor General when he was in over the past couple weeks with both his audit on the charter schools and his audit of the district, that it's a funding system that doesn't really work for anybody. It's not reliable, it's not predictable. In fact, we have a meeting with some of the charter school. It doesn't really work for them either in the way it's set up. And there are a lot of issues with it, not just in terms of the amount of dollars going into the system, which we've all spoken about, and since the dollars were reduced 4 years ago, but the system overall needs to be overhauled. Again, that's ultimately a state. It's the common theme, unfortunately, with all 3 of these, but all of these are in the hands of the state. There are a lot of issues surrounding the charter school law, both in terms of oversight and in terms of financing, that all of us would like to see addressed.
Financially, I just want to make sure I'm clear. The charter school increase in the budget that you gave us is about $380 million over the next 4 or 5 years?
I believe, yes. And it's a combination of the number of seats. I mean, dollars go by seat, not by school, and the per pupil rate. And I can actually illustrate that best with next year's investments. So the charter school expenditures next year are going up $121 million. $60 million of that is related to the increase in the number of seats. $61 million of it is related to the required additional investment on a per pupil basis. Every dollar we put in, so Dr. Haidt mentioned the $440 million of investments, and in particular the investments we're making in the current fiscal year around increasing the technology in the high schools, all of our teaching materials, both reading materials and math. That's $60 million, I think those areas alone. Every dollar we put into the schools, 33% of that then must be added the following year into the charter school, and 33% of that the following year, and 33% of that. The net impact of that is essentially for every dollar the district puts into the district schools actually costs $1.50. Another 50 cents goes in. We can't control that. It does not mean we should not invest in the schools, and we're committed to investing in the schools, but it has an impact over time.
Is there anything we can do to help you with this problem?
Well, we all have to, and one of the things that we've been advocating for is different charter school legislation, and we have to have the charter school legislation revised, which has not been revised since its inception in '97. As a point of clarification, Councilman, the 55% that is the current number of children who are attending college the year after graduation.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I assume that we have no plans to close schools again. We won't have to go through that, will we?
We have in the budget, in the 5-year plan, Madam Chair, we have plans to, at the current rate, to start it in 2018 to close 3 schools a year. That's so we do not get back to a situation where we have large numbers of schools to close. But if in fact the trend stays the same in terms of children migrating to different types of schools, if we stay on that course, we would have to we are predicting to close 3 schools a year because of low utilization at those schools. And I will add that this year was the first time in many years where we saw an increase in the number of children who are enrolling in district schools. And so if that continues, it also changes that projection.
Do we have plans for new schools?
We have made a recommendation in October about some schools. We have one school that is a partnership school, and that it would be a district-run partnership. It would be a high school in North Philadelphia with internship and apprentice approach, and that's a partnership with an organization called Big Picture. That's the only new school that we are talking about now. We have some expansion of some new schools that were created some years ago, but that's because the grades are increasing. They started in 9th grade, 10th, and next year they'll be in 11th.
What about schools like community schools and other special schools that we feed more materials, teachers, etc.?
Yeah, so we're working with the community schools to look at, we're doing an analysis of schools that will have space, the resources, the community-based resources, the city resources that are going into those schools now, and really determining by need and by space what are candidates for community schools. Those would not necessarily be new schools, but they would be existing schools that would then have additional support services and resources that are responsive to what those children and those families need in those communities.
Thank you. Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to each of you.
Good morning.
Let me start by thanking you, Dr. Haidt, for acknowledging in your testimony the difficult choices that this city council had to make over the past 5 years in the generating of revenue via vehicles and taxes that they did not want to increase, but they had to do it because the state was in essence derelict in its responsibility to fund public education, not just in the city of Philadelphia, but throughout the Commonwealth. And with that being said, I have always appreciated the role of our advocates on the outside of this process, groups like PCCY, Parents United, other advocacy groups, because they work on the outside to sort of raise the alarm. But when we get into this body, I've been accustomed to being a part of what I call delivering solutions, right? And so to Chairwoman Blackwell, Council President Clark, Councilwoman Reynolds Brown, and all members of council who were a part of this body, who actually had to work to deliver the solutions, I say kudos, because when we didn't get it done right, you did. I want to say thank you. So with that being said, I want to go back to something that really alarmed me when you talked about the cigarette tax revenue, because while we didn't get it all right in Harrisburg, I'm proud that some of the solutions when council acted, so the permanency of that 1% sales tax, the cigarette tax, doesn't occur without the enabling authority that we get from the Commonwealth. So while we were derelict in many other areas, you know, we got a few things done while we were there. With that being said, let me ask you from a very technical and process-oriented perspective. One of the things that we established when we were there, and we started this at the beginning of the Nutter administration, was that when any issue arose for the school district of Philadelphia, and you blame it on me being frazzled when I have to talk to 12 different people about an issue. I made sure that we worked very, very hard to ensure that the administration, the mayor, the council president, the SRC, the school district, the PFT, charter providers, state house, state senate, that all of us were at the table together, so that if we were trying to hammer out a compromise like we should about when we go full force ahead about attempting to get the cigarette tax to make it become permanent, if that will be the ultimate strategy. If it's about the fix, the 8 ratio fix as it relates to AVI, that there is a united ask from all parties on one letter. Now, I know it was an annoying process for some people. Some people hated the fact that all of us in the room, we don't even like each other, right? But putting everybody at the table and making them sign correspondence. Again, advocates advocate, sound the alarm, raise their voices on the outside, and we need them. But our job is to deliver. Has that process started, Dr. Haidt? And I hope you didn't find it annoying.
I did not, and not since you left has it started. Right. So, but we do, to your point, we have to think of ways to be in the state capitol with one voice. And that was the last opportunity we had around being at one voice. And so one of the opportunities is the charter school legislation. And we have charter schools that have difficulty with some of that legislation. And so it would be an opportunity, in my opinion, for the school district, our legislators, our city leaders, our advocacy groups, and our charter schools to go and talk about what's wrong with that legislation and advocate on behalf of getting some different type of legislation that will work better for the city of Philadelphia. So we are attempting to get back to that place where we have a coordinated effort to do that, but we have not had the opportunity since you left, City Councilwoman, and we are looking forward to doing that once again. And I do think that we show strength when it is the same message, and it's not always in agreement, but it's the message around the general principle Is there new legislation that's required? Yes. Then we should all be there making that statement.
Chairwoman Neff, any comment, any thoughts?
Actually, yes, I was going to add that what we need, are you volunteering? We need someone who can get everyone in the room together. And I think that because we hold a particular perspective, that's not always the school district or the SRC. But in fact, what was so powerful about that is you had relationships in all of those areas and were able to pull people together. So I'm hoping that you're volunteering to help us pull that effort together, because we need someone who speaks to all of those groups and can help us come together and work together on where we have common ground.
Well, I'm sure our chair lady of education, who's been on the ground, and our council president, who has a track record of delivering the solutions that we need, and we will work and ask and see if we can work together to put that room together so that we can have a united ask. And Chairwoman Blackwell, I'll call on President Clark and you, because we can't get it done without you and your leadership. The second question is an issue that's come up a million times with regards to the city contracts, but I haven't heard it discussed about teachers. When I was a student in the school district of Philadelphia growing up, from elementary through high school, the diversity of the actual teachers in the classroom looked different. And with that being said, we've seen that change. We have wonderful programs like Teach for America, all of those kind of things. They have very good goals. But what are we doing within that pool, Dr. Hike, that you mentioned, to increase diversity so that the student population in the city of Philadelphia will have a higher probability of seeing people like them in front of their classroom as a leader, and particularly in the area as it relates to African American men?
Absolutely. Thank you. That's a very important point and one of our primary strategies. And in addition to all of the meet and greet sessions and the engagement that we've done with colleges and universities, we've also been very specific around black male educators and doing job fairs for them, for bilingual, Latino, and diversity career fairs. We've been very specific around that. And recently, the president of the PFT and I joined together at the Tribune to call for and to call attention to the need to be a lot more aggressive in this area, even including starting pathways in our schools that get young people from the city into colleges and universities with a goal to come back and teach in Philadelphia. And that's one thing that we are also talking about and beginning to work on. But as I indicated before, this is going to take the efforts of multiple individuals, not just the school district, where we're recruiting as a part of the BMAC work, that's the Black Male Educators Coalition that's being convened in this region, and the work that we're doing with bilingual, Latino, and diversity in those recruiting efforts. That's very important, and we're being very strategic and intentional in our efforts around the recruitment of minorities.
Chairwoman Blackwell, I want to thank you for your latitude. I'll come back with the next round, and Dr. Hite will get it teed up. The issue for me is career and technical education and any ongoing communication with trades, the administration, as it relates to the framework of this budget. But we'll get to that during the next round. Right. Madam Chair, thank you so very much for your latitude.
Thank you, and thank you for your kind remarks. Councilwoman Reynolds Brown.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let me start off also first by acknowledging the mammoth job that you all do every day on behalf of our kids. This is the first year, I believe, unless my memory is failing, that we've actually had a video to open and share with us in a real visual way what you're doing. So you can keep that going because it works. Let me also acknowledge, because I think we're so often, it's easy for us to look at what's not well but we need to lift up people when things are well. And I need to put on the record that I, for one, and I'm sure a number of my colleagues, appreciate both the presence and the attentiveness, but more importantly, the follow-through of Evelyn Sample. So this is the only chance I get to say it, and so I need to do that. And then lastly, you should know that Governor Wolf actually commented on the recent May primary that he too misses State Representative, now Councilwoman Sherelle Parker, being in Harrisburg, because he needed someone to be the glue for those multiple audiences up there. That work up there is very, very important. So let's start with what's working. If you could pick 3 achievements from the past fiscal year, what would they be?
I would start with the fact that we have, once again, no persistently dangerous schools.
You have
no persistently dangerous schools.
Okay,
at one point, Philadelphia led the state in the number of persistently dangerous schools with, I think, 25 at the time. We have 0, and we've had 0 for the last 2 years, and so that's one. We've also seen an increase in student attendance, and we saw 15,000 children attend more regularly because of the efforts that we initiated, and that was some tremendous work by Karen Lynch and her team around addressing student attendance. And in addition, one of the things that we have found is that there are 2 programs that I want to mention, and they were on the video. One is the advent of the advanced manufacturing program that is now at Ben Franklin High School. That is unlike other career and technical education programs where every child at Benjamin Franklin has the opportunity to go through that program. They don't have to sign up or meet criteria, but they are going to work through that program. And the other one is a dental dental program at Kensington Health Sciences that is run by a licensed not optometrist, but a licensed dentist. Very good. I'm missing the medical term, but those are some of the success that we have seen. And I know you asked for 3, but the other is we're once again doing a survey. And now we have over 30,000 respondents to the survey about our schools. Okay. Those respondents are parents, their teachers, and their students, and the large participation of individuals who are returning the surveys, good, bad, or indifferent. The fact that they are participating is an opportunity to be informed by the voices of individuals that we're trying to serve.
Well, I know Councilman Jones and Councilman Kenyatta Johnson would be thrilled to hear about the progress around 0 dangerous schools. And we all know that Councilman Heenan has been a real leader when it comes to manufacturing and getting drilling that down in our schools. Let's move to partnerships. I'm embarrassed to say I don't remember the staffer, and I see that she's left. No, she's still here. That worked very, very closely with our office, with our Step Into College effort that we've done for the 3rd consecutive year with University of the Sciences. So I want to say thank you very much. And what I'm curious to know and want you to comment on are other partnerships. Let's deal with one around the issue of truancy. What is the current partnership with the District Attorney's Office or DHS when it comes to capturing those young people who are consistently truant, when we know that leads potentially to getting to 9th grade and not seeing them 48 months later at 12th grade? Yeah.
I'm going to ask the Chief of Student Services, Karen Lynch, who's been doing and leading that work in a pretty aggressive way, to come forward and respond to that question.
Thank you. And it was Karen who worked very closely with my office on the Step Into College. So know that we appreciate that.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. For the record, I'm Karen Lynch, Chief of Student Support Services.
Pull the mic closer to you.
Thank you for the kind words. Greatly appreciated. For the record, I'm Karen Lynch, Chief of Student Support. I think the last time that we were here, Councilwoman, we talked with members of the District Attorney's Office, and at that point they were going to reach out to the courts to see whether or not there was an opportunity for the courts to engage with a court order for the effort. We have shared the information with the members of the council City Council that we were asked to share. And the most recent, in the last few days, information that I received is that the district attorney's office that is working on truancy initiatives has now partnered with and are sending members of the charter school community, families, to the truancy court that is operated by the courts. And so I highlight this to point out that now the two processes are completely aligned. In the School District of Philadelphia, when students are truant, we engage them with services from DHS, from the Department of Human Services, as does the District Attorney's Office, very same group at DHS. The next step for the School District of Philadelphia is that we make referrals when parents are, when truancy continues even after DHS intervention, is the referral to truancy court. And now the District Attorney's Office is following suit and doing the same.
So that's been progress since last year. Given what I heard last year and what I'm now hearing today, I would give that a great progress report. Now, where's DHS in this equation?
Which?
Where is DHS in that equation?
So DHS is the entity in the equation that is providing supportive services to families, actually going inside of households where there is truancy and trying to address the issues, working with families to absolve the issues of truancy and put students back on track for good attendance.
Okay, so the bell has rung. So is it fair to say then that the partners are aligned, so the preventive measures are in place to sort of arrest, I'm saying that figuratively, but get young people before they drop out, because we know that truancy leads to dropout. Agree? So then those numbers that Dr. Height just spoke of, getting to this 80% graduation rate, this effort should get us closer to achieving that goal. Would you agree now that the systems are aligned?
With the systems that are aligned, yes, it gets us closer to reaching the goal, and it also shows that both processes are working together for the same outcome.
Okay, all right then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll get on the next round. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilman Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. We'll start with a few questions. What is the average student population in the school district?
The total population or the?
Oh, let's say that on a monthly basis, what's the total population in the school district of students?
We're at 132,000.
132,000.
Yes.
And as you discussed, how will that population decrease over the next 5 years?
Or do you want to?
We have it budgeted to go down by a few thousand. It's roughly 1,000 a year, more or less over the next 5 years.
Okay. And then based on that 132,000 population, well, what is the number of students do you need to have enrolled in the school district and basically to break even?
I'm not even sure how to answer the question, to be honest.
What's the number? Give me a range.
It's almost an impossible question if you're still assuming the monies that have to go out to the charter schools and the charter school formula, because the more you're investing in the district schools, the more that goes out. So it's not a simple calculation in that regard. There's a whole series of interactive, interrelated formulas that would have to be run through a system. I wouldn't even begin to hazard a guess at what that would look like.
So there's no way you can say that on a monthly, annual basis, we need to have X number of students in the school district in order for us to have a positive fund balance?
Correct, because it determines, it doesn't necessarily bring more funding with it. Depending on how many more students you had, you might need to put even more money into schools for space. It extends your capital needs. There are a whole host of issues that would go into that that calculation. It's not the funding we have is more of a zero-sum game. We have a certain amount of funding, so it doesn't, if we got more money on a per-student basis, we might be able to do a calculation like that. but we don't. We have a certain amount of money set by the state. We get our share. We have the local tax revenues. None of those are based on a per-student basis.
Doctor, I was encouraged in your testimony. You talked about wanting to negotiate a fair labor contract. And as you know from our conversation yesterday, I introduced a resolution last week calling on various parties to work with PFT to negotiate a fair contract. And I guess my question is, you're talking about bringing in a number of new teachers this year, and it seems like you're making good progress in that regard. However, you've also, over the past year, used Source for Teachers, and now you're working with Kelly Services in reference to filling, I guess, on the substitute teacher basis, because I think that's where you have your biggest challenge, substitute teachers. And when I introduced the resolution, I also spoke about my mother being a former foot-up school teacher, but also she served as a substitute for a number of years as well. So I guess my question is, what steps are you engaging with either retired school teachers to work as substitute teachers, and also when you had this situation with Source for Teachers and now Kelly Services, how is that going to impact in your negotiations with PFT?
Yeah, I can't answer the second question because I don't know the answer of how that would impact. And if I may, Councilman Green, if I could go back to your first question about the number of children needed to break even, it's one reason why we have been advocating, and so was Councilwoman Parker when she was in Harrisburg, for a funding formula. Because what you were suggesting was a byproduct of a funding formula. We have no such formula in Pennsylvania, one of 3 states that doesn't operate that way. We get monies in a block grant. And it almost doesn't matter if you get more or less students. And so that's why that calculation is so hard. To the second question on the retired teachers who are available to substitute, one of the issues that we ran into 2 years ago was an issue related to the state retirement system, PESERS, and where PESERS was going after individuals who were substituting in non-high need areas and causing them to have to pay back some of the retirement monies that they collected. And it was part of the problem that was created because it eliminated a group of individuals who were available to substitute. You remove that obstacle when you use an external provider because they're working for a non-educational, they're working for a non-state entity. And so we lose that opportunity so individuals could be employed by Kelly Services or Source for Teachers in that regard. With respect to that pay, we are looking at individuals to come in who are retired, who can come back and do that work. And Kelly Services has indicated a practice of compensating those individuals at the rate to which they were compensated several years ago. And so we think that will help us resolve the problem. To the last question you asked, do I think that will impact? We're working under the auspices of the state-appointed mediator to get back and to have talks now as it relates to the PFT. As I indicated earlier, we're also in active negotiations with 32BJ and CASA, and it's really important for us to solve all of those, bring conclusion to all of those labor agreements as we move forward.
To echo the comments of some of the members of this body, there are some teachers, principals, administrators that are doing some really phenomenal work in schools throughout the city of Philadelphia. Too often they're not highlighted for all the great work they do. Every day I walk my son to Houston Elementary School and seeing the phenomenal work that Principal Hall and the staff there are trying to do. And I know that they're actually increasing number of children that are on the autism spectrum that will be at Houston. Actually, they'll be going up to 4 autism support classes But my concern is that sometimes, depending on where you live in the city of Philadelphia, it's a tale of two cities. So for all the phenomenal things I've seen at Houston or other schools like at Hill Freeman World Academy, in reference to children have learning differences or physical differences, there are other schools where you have a complete different perspective. Because I'm such an advocate in reference to autism and issues dealing with learning or physical differences, I've had various parents reach out to me regarding concerns they've had. In particular, I know one parent who had a son who has some severe physical differences, and the issue is that I think it's the Route 2391 bus is supposed to pick the child up every day and drop them off, but the bus is frequently late. And I think Reliant Transportation is the outside vendor that provides transportation. That's caused such a challenge for this family because the child's not even meeting the IEP because of the fact that this transportation company is not doing what it's supposed to do as a vendor. In addition, there's also issues for parents and caregivers who have language differences in reference to their child who has an IEP, and one issue in particular at the McCall School, where a parent has been dealing with an issue with a teacher, and the child has a difference like autism and also has a language difference. And so as opposed to meeting the IEP of the child, the principal hasn't been involved in a way that's not been the most favorable. So I guess my question is, what's the commitment of the school district to get away from this tale of two cities perspective, from a Houston versus a McCall versus a child that is not able to even meet the IEP perspective because of transportation? And so what's the goal to bridge this gap and get away from this tale of two cities when it comes to children with autism and other types of differences when it comes to the IEPs?
Yeah, one of the things, and part of why we have the actions in the action plan is to end with a situation where we have good schools close to where children live and good schools in their neighborhoods. And it shouldn't matter where children live, but we want them to have access to those opportunities that you just described. And those opportunities are clean, safe, warm buildings, warm and dry buildings, transportation that is reliable, that gets them to and from school in the time they're supposed to be to and from school, and the types of environments that you described where individuals they feel comfortable with their interactions with many of the principals and the teachers. I will add that while, just as you acknowledged, Councilman Green, that there are a lot of great things that are happening with schools every day, and I will agree with you there, I would also add that even in some of the schools where there are reported incidents that there are problems either with a building leader or teacher, it's really important for us to get all sides of those stories to understand what the school has attempted to do to resolve those issues. But we're very committed to resolving all of those issues that you just described, and it's another reason why we have a survey out now to families, to teachers, to students that gives us information both from a district's perspective, but from every single school. And also children and families in charter schools also have an opportunity to submit those surveys. So we just don't know about district schools and neighborhoods, but we could also learn more about charter schools. But this is the work of our assistant superintendents who are working with principals every day, and there are certain things that should and must be in place. And it's really important that we continue to know when those incidents happen so that we can get in and address and problem solve through those.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me refer back to Councilwoman Reynolds Brown when she stated that she wanted to thank Evelyn Sample Oates. I can't let you outdo me because we work her too hard, and we are grateful. The other thing I wanted to mention was that, as you know, we have a dental program for years under the former president of Penn at schools in the 3rd District. So we wanted to note that. The next speaker will be Councilwoman Bass. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I just wanted to first start off by joining the chorus of those who have thanked you for the work that you have done so far, recognizing that it's incredibly challenging. I've been to every school in my district, and I know the challenges. I've seen them up front, and you don't always get the support, and the recognition that you deserve. And so I do want to say that first before I go in. So that being said, I have a concern, and a couple of concerns. And so the first concern that I have is something that you stated earlier, Dr. Height, in terms of school closures, that in 2018, which is a little more than 18 months from now, that you expect to close 3 schools per year. For how many years? Indefinitely?
Yeah, as long as those trends persist.
So as long as the trends persist.
We're losing, if in fact, if, as you heard from Mr. Munson, losing 1,000 children a year,
Right.
that creates utilization issues for us.
Certainly.
Yes.
And we get it. Philadelphia is a city that was built for about 5 million people, and we don't have 5 million people here anymore. But at the same time, some of the challenges that occur when we close schools, it can really cripple entire neighborhoods. And so one of the things I wanted to talk about was Germantown High School, which was closed a couple of years ago, and also Ada Lewis, which was closed many years ago before my tenure in council, and the fact that these properties are still sitting. The school district cannot close schools, even with the trends that exist, without having a plan for these buildings in advance. It is absolutely unacceptable to close a school and to leave a neighborhood without any plan, any sort of formulation. And even I have found that it has not been easy trying to move a school. When you come up with a developer or someone with a great idea,
Right.
I guess in some neighborhoods it seems to work a whole lot faster. If the neighborhood's hot, if the housing stock is hot, people want to buy in, people want to create new housing out of these old school buildings, then the buildings go right away. But in other areas, it seems as if they just languish. There's no reason, in my opinion, that Ada Lewis should be sitting for all of these years. It should have been sold a long time ago. And I'd like to hear your comments on what we can do to make that happen. Because the people who live near that site and Germantown High School, the only reason I'm not focusing on Germantown just yet is because Ada Lewis has been vacant, how many years? You tell me.
At least since I've been here, so I know it's long before I arrived, and so it is. I'm going to ask that Fran Burns come up and talk about this, because we were just talking about Ada Lewis the other day. In this issue.
A great update, I hope.
Yeah.
Good news.
Ada Lewis was my first assignment as a teacher.
Is that right? Yes. So you want to see something happen with that facility? All right.
Although I'm not sure, I'm sure Fran will talk about the condition of the building and other things.
Okay. Well, Fran, I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. I've been in that building. And I know the district said that there was about $25 million worth of damage at one point to that structure. I got to tell you, I walked in, I couldn't see it. And I'm no building engineer, I understand that, but I could not see the level of damage that was suggested by the district as to why that school had to be closed and as to why it couldn't be opened as a charter school or another type of facility, educational facility, other than what looked to me like some simple vandalism that had occurred at the location.
So I'll just start with our total sales, which you recognized. We have, over the past 2 years, sold 20 buildings for approximately $64.1 million. In addition,
say again, 20 buildings?
20 buildings.
For how much?
The total sale price was $64.1 million. Now, the net income to the district is lower than that after the fees and some closing costs. I have to get that number. It's probably around.
Yeah.
No. I don't
have an idea.
It's probably around about 40 million.
40?
Yes. But I wanted to be specific there. So in any event, we also have 8 schools that we're currently marketing, And we have 5 schools that include Germantown High School that is in an agreement of sale. And also, as you referred to in your comments, that agreement of sale has kind of lingered longer than we had hoped, in particular because we had, in the Court of Common Pleas, we had some folks that protested against the sale, and the Court of Common Pleas denied without any opinion the sale of those schools. So we actually are under appeal right now in the Commonwealth Court. The Ada Lewis, we were holding Ada Lewis, we held 3 schools because we were looking at the potential movement and growth of school districts with schools within that area. So based on enrollment trends, on growth, on potential future, just as you recognize kind of the movement across the city, we also have movement across the city in some areas of the city where we need more space because of the physical proximity. So Ada Lewis was one that we had held, particularly around some decisions of Hill Friedman. So now that we have a relocation decision for Hill Friedman School, we probably will likely be putting Ada Lewis up for sale. We just want to make sure, looking at some demographics, that we won't, in fact, from a district perspective, need that building. Just the last comment on the cost of repair in the building, it's now 2.5 years old, but at the time, the school district, we had estimated $15 million, and then a third party came in and actually provided the same exact estimate as us without any involvement of the school district staff or personnel. So it actually confirmed and validated our internal cost assessments.
Okay, so let me start with Ada Lewis. So we were working fast and furiously to find them a location because they had outgrown the space that they were in. They did move to another location, but we were hoping to move them into Ada Lewis, and I felt that there was an incredible amount of pushback from the district in terms of moving into that location. We went out, we did a tour, Principal Majewski went with us, and we just really could not get any level of support whatsoever from the district. So I am just shocked and surprised to hear you say that it was being held in any attempt to be helpful to Hill Freeman.
Yeah, actually, we met probably on a monthly basis with Hill Friedman parents, and we were holding it because we were trying to cobble together a few different funding options for that $15 million. So, for instance, we had looked very seriously at a RACB grant. We looked at new market tax credits. So while we committed, minimal, but we committed, it depends on the eye of the beholder, we committed $3 million as a startup to try to get to that 15. And so over time, the inability to get to that 15 was really what led us to the decisions where we are today. So while we didn't commit the $15 million for the renovation and rehab of Ada Lewis, we actually were holding the property in order to see if we could, through a combination of ways, actually get to that funding amount.
Okay, again, shocking, because the idea that the district was doing this just incredible amount of work to try to make this deal fit does not fit with my experience around this particular school building. We did not have the level of support. We did not get the interest from the district, and to hear that there were meetings with Hill Freeman parents specifically about Ada Lewis, again, it's just shocking to me. Maybe if there had been some involvement from the local elected officials, including myself, maybe we could have been a little bit more helpful in finding helping out with the outcome. But again, this is all news to me, very much so. One other thing I just wanted to mention, the 8 schools that you're marketing, what schools are those? that you're currently marketing?
Beaver, Winfield, Old Willard, Sheridan West, Thomas Fitzsimons.
Start that again, we didn't hear.
Sure. Beaver, Winfield, Old Willard, Sheridan West, Thomas Fitzsimons, Fairhill, John Whittier, George Pepper, Comtech, and M.H. Stanton. And actually, of those, the reason why I said 8, we have an agreement of sale with Sheridan West and Old Willard.
Okay. And for the 5 schools that are under an agreement of sale, they're all, they're not under individual agreements of sale. That's one bundle package that was sold, or that's being attempted to be sold.
That's right.
Okay. And so we don't know at this point if that sale is going to proceed or not, because it's been going on for, I don't know, almost 2 years now. Is that about right?
It's about a year and a half, yes.
About a year and a half? Okay. It's been a very long time, and it's being held up in common pleas court, as I understand it?
I wouldn't say it's being held up in common pleas. It was denied in common pleas, and now it's in the Court of Commonwealth.
Okay. And so I'd like to know what the rationale was for bundling those 5 schools in different parts of the city, different neighborhoods. Why did that make any sense whatsoever? Because, you know, there's another section of town that, you know, where the folks were upset and didn't want the sale to go through. But meanwhile, Germantown is a part of that bundle. And so absolutely nothing can happen on my commercial corridor with Germantown because it's caught up in this sale. There was no, it seems to me there was no thought process, or, maybe just, again, a quick call. Councilwoman, what do you think about, do you think Germantown should be included in this bundle? Or what do you think the effects would be to your commercial corridor or to the neighborhood in general? So can you give us an idea of what the rationale was?
Sure. At the time that we marketed those properties, particularly the ones we're talking about, we did it in working with the Philadelphia Industrial Development Corporation. And through that process, had a series of recommendations from PIDC, as well as internal kind of consultation around and evaluation around the proposed sales. And so when we looked at the portfolio of those schools, the sale to the potential agreement of sale to Concordia was the highest price for those properties. And we certainly did not envision that we would have any problem in terms of the sale.
Did you recognize or realize that Concordia did not have any plans for Germantown? And I should also clarify and say that the Fulton School was also a part of that transaction. It's another of the 5 schools, so Germantown and Fulton are 2 out of the 5. But that there was a plan for the development of Fulton in Germantown, but not a plan for Germantown High School, that when Concordia, when it was presented in this bundle, that there was no plan for what they were going to do for it, and the idea was that it could be flipped, and it could be flipped to any number of things.
Yes, when they responded, they did talk about Germantown as not having an immediate plan, but that they would work with the community, and that they would look at the reuse after they purchased.
Okay. So I say all of that to say that as we move forward and we're talking about closing 3 schools per year, and this isn't just me, but I would say to my colleagues, don't let this, happen to you and happen in your districts as well, where we allow the district to close schools and then not have any sort of plan whatsoever in terms of what's going to happen with those schools and how they will affect those surrounding communities. There's a huge effect. And for the district to not take that into account, reach out to the appropriate stakeholders in the community, work with us, I think is just a bit of a disservice. So I certainly hope that as you move forward and think about those closures, that there's a process in place that we can work with you on to make sure that these kinds of things don't happen again. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Let me note that I hope the school district will consider also, and in their regulations or law, that once a building is sold, that the new owner has to move forward with their plan quickly. I mean, you know, I saw last week the new owner of West Philly High School, and he said, we're moving now, we're ready. We had so many meetings with the communities every year. Everybody knows the new West Philly High has been open for years now, but the old one has still been very dangerous. You know, a block-long building without lights is dangerous. It's just become a problem. So I hope that you all will consider in your agreement with people who say they're ready to do a project, his was a housing project, put some timeline or something where people have to move on or be in violation, because it's just not fair. You're sitting, as Councilwoman Bass says, and when people said they're ready to go. So thank you very much. Councilman Taubenberger.
Madam Chair, thank you very, very much. And Dr. Height, to you and your staff, I want to say thank you for your service on a job that is very difficult, to say the least. And I appreciate your availability and your working with this chamber and my colleagues. It's my understanding in your testimony, you're talking about 700 new teachers. Has anyone in your staff possibly reached out to Philly Works, which is sort of the unemployment arm of the city of Philadelphia, to see if there's some folks there that may want to teach? Because the guy that is speaking to you now really wanted to be a teacher, and things didn't work out that way. And of course, now I applied for a new position, and I was granted that by the people in city council. But it was always something that I was thinking about doing later in life, and may still do it, but I like this position here, so I am running for re-election in 2019. With that being said, I just want to make that very clear that I'm running. Is there any work that you're doing with Philly Works to see if there are people like that out there?
Yeah, and Councilman, I don't know the answer to that question. Okay. At the moment, I'm not aware of any work that we're doing, and so I'm taking down your suggestion to also work with Philly Works.
You may have some very talented people there as well. The other question I have would be in helping to attract new teachers, and particularly special ed teachers. What is the possibility of having a program of loan forgiveness for attraction for new teachers in the city of Philadelphia?
Yeah, that is something that I've been able to do in other districts where I've worked, and it does take an investment. And so part of creating that investment is setting a set of priorities about what we will be able to do for teachers, particularly those with loans, educational loans, to help to forgive those. And I do think that, in fact, Jerry Jordan and I were talking about this at the Tribune, because this question came up when we were talking, and we think, both of us thought that that program expired some years ago as funding dried up, but with some source of revenue, we could restart that program. And not just loan forgiveness, but affordable housing and other access to certain amenities throughout the city. And I think all of those then become a mechanism to help us attract individuals into this area to teach.
I mean, I believe the city has enough resources, plus its location and its historic value and everything else, to attract young teachers, really maybe from all across the country. And I think that would help in many ways in diversity and the opportunity to educate. Because I will tell you this, I'm a strong believer in that when you go into any school, you're looking at the future. And we want that future to be very bright and very strong. And I'm sometimes worried about it.
Yeah. Thank
Dr.
you.
Height, thank you very much. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Let us also note and greet, they've been here since the beginning, Jerry Jordan and the whole PFT team. Thank you very much for being here, all of you. Now we are beginning our second round. Next is Councilwoman Gim.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I wanted to, Dr. Height, just raise a lot of concerns about the school closings issue, in part because I think that the district's kind of passive acceptance of declining enrollment and school closings as being inevitable, as opposed to a situation that is potentially influenced by the district's investment around what it chooses to make, is not something that should go unchallenged. I mean, you yourself said earlier that the district is severely damaged, its own brand is damaged partly through the issue of school closings. And it comes up again when you make a very public statement that the district is just going to passively accept the closings of 3 schools a year. So it seems like there's an issue in terms of how you're looking at this situation. And in part, it's also that there were a lot of lessons learned from the 2012 school closings that were massive, had dramatic impact. You yourself noted that there were very few academic gains that came out of it. Consolidating failing schools into disinvested, struggling schools is not a formula for success. It hasn't been done in any school district in this country. And asking you to really think very carefully that this isn't just a situation that is inevitable. This is a situation that we're either going to control or cede control to. One of the areas where I think we have been most concerned about is, again, the issue of what makes schools schools again. And this issue of staffing, and in particular, the question of curriculum. I think that it is fundamentally the district's mandate to provide a full range of curriculum. But we've seen circumstances just in this year, not even including previous years, where the district has not delivered on its curriculum mandates. That includes 12th graders at Edison High School who went most of the year without a 12th grade English teacher. It's kind of inconceivable that a child would have their last year of high school without high school English. We had no music at Bartram, which was announced in June before the year opened that the music teacher would be gone, and there was not a clear plan to replace the music teacher. We've heard on the record that there isn't 2 foreign languages in every high school as mandated by the school code. And there are other examples of this. And so, it's not just that you're declining enrollment. It's that the school district's mandate is to provide this curriculum, and when it's not happening, how are we making amends for that? So as we go into this year, what are you doing to ensure that these curricular mandates are met and accounted for, that they're covered, not just through vacancy filling, but actually through the fulfilling of a certified educator in that area? And who fundamentally is responsible for addressing this? Is this the principal's job? Is it a regional superintendent's job? Is this, who is responsible for addressing this situation?
Yeah, so ultimately I'm responsible, Councilwoman, and I think a couple of points and I'll, if you don't mind, I'll conflate the question. So some of the things that happen throughout the district happen because of the district's inability to fill a position, for instance. Other things happen because there are localized decisions by school leaders in their buildings who say, we want these types of programs. And so to your music point, we have music in every school but 7. Music is in every school but 7. And some of the 7 are saying, yeah, that doesn't really work inside of a program. I don't know if that's the case at Bartram. I have to be honest, I don't know if that's the case. But I want to make sure that we balance the conversation in terms of the mandates around curriculum standards with the principal's flexibility in order to operate in the context of their educational program. That's number one. Number two, I do think that if in fact we are seeing declines in enrollment that are projected to be at 1,000 students a year for whatever reason, maybe those children are selecting other schools, maybe they are selecting different types of schools, maybe they're moving into different parts of the city, then we have to adjust our resources so that we can direct those resources to places where children are. So for instance, if we have a high school next year that only has a freshman incoming class of less than 30 students, then that gives us some information about some potential decisions that we will have to make down the road. So part of this is not just a passive acceptance of school closures, but it is also trying to operate in an efficient manner so that we can provide children where they are attending schools with the resources like the music teacher, the art teacher. If there are two languages, if children want to take two languages, they can take two languages. And that just allows us to be a lot more flexible with their resources as opposed to then putting them into buildings that are three-quarters empty.
So I just want to be clear about what I'm talking about. I am not actually talking about flexibility, about a principal's choice to have a variety of courses of which they may choose to make it. I'm talking about the inability of the district to actually provide music in those 7 schools. That's not an optional situation. That is a mandate of the state code. If the school district is not providing music in 7 schools, it is actually in violation of state curricular standards for those schools. And I don't think that that's a flexibility issue. I don't believe that any principal chooses not to have enrichment or art or music, and if they are making that decision, we as a district have to announce that you are not allowed to do that. You are not allowed to deny children the access to the arts, that this is a commitment that is enshrined within the state code. So I want to be clear that flexibility can't be used as an excuse for evasion or that, but that I'm talking about fundamental issues. 12th grade English at Edison High School, music at Bartram High School, 2 languages. I'm not saying that children take 2 languages, but the state code clearly articulates 2 languages must be provided to every high school at every school in this district, and that children have the right in a global environment to have that. And, really quickly, that I am fully aware of the district's right to make choices about how investments go. This is the fundamental question that I think we are in a struggle over, is the district taking a serious look at what is driving students away from our schools? I would argue that it is not an issue of choice, that children aren't saying, oh, here's a pretty good option, I'll go to a slightly better option, but that in fact our schools have become places where we're not upholding mandates, that there are major concerns around school safety and climate issues, that we're not paying attention to curriculum, we're not staffing, and thus the forcing out and driving out of kids should not be defined as a matter of school choice. It's a driving out of kids from dysfunctional situations, and asking the district to be fully conscious that the issue isn't then to downgrade it and close it and consolidate the problems, but to reinvest and figure out strategically where it's going to go to make this a convincing situation.
Yeah, so we have I'll use a couple of examples. So I'm not debating the point, but this notion of flexibility then is in response to what schools choose to do. So we have the workshop school. The workshop school is in West Philadelphia. Those young people built an electric car to put in the car show. So the children built a studio, a music recording studio, they don't have a formalized music program at that school because they're choosing to do something else. And they feel like their work is to provide the children with the ability to do the project-based learning things that they're doing.
Do you think that the State Department of Education would consider that being in violation of the state code, given what the state code says about arts and music?
I don't think so, no ma'am.
Okay. Again, I guess I would like to just go back and clarify who is actually responsible for understanding the curriculum that is happening. If a principal does not have the opportunity to fulfill its has the high school to fulfill its curricular mandates, who is accountable for that?
Yeah, so those are at the school level, that it's the principal, then it's the assistant superintendents working in conjunction with Chief of Academic Supports, that's Cheryl Logan.
And how do principals do this? What is the way that the district, so the principal says there's no 12th grade English teacher, what happens next?
Sure, you want to come up and talk about that? I want you to come up anyway. So if a principal says there's I don't have a 12th grade English teacher, then it is incumbent upon us to staff that school with the English teacher. If a principal is saying, I'm not offering 12th grade English, then that is an issue where the district would then will then enter into a directive with that individual that 12th grade English is a requirement and therefore must be a part of their curriculum program. So an individual saying, I can't fill a vacancy is very different than I refuse to offer 12th grade English, because we would not allow them to make that.
Both outcomes are the same, so how does the district change the way it approaches the situation?
So the outcomes are not the same, because then we would direct the principal to have 12th grade English and then provide, hopefully, the candidate that would then fill that vacancy in order to do that work. I mean, sometimes we have to help those individuals with their schedules and find ways for them to, within the time that they have, create schedules that make all of those things available.
Ms. Logan, how is the district accounting for, how are you doing a curricular audit to make sure that each school is providing the requirements demanded by the school code?
So if you're thinking...
Could you just introduce yourself?
I'm sorry, I'm Cheryl Logan, Chief of Academic Support, School District of Philadelphia. So for me, the question is twofold. One is about vacancies, which is a completely different question. The question around curricular mandates is high school principals have to account for high school credits that are needed for graduation. 12th grade English would be one. Schools do not have the flexibility to not offer a 12th grade English. If there's a vacancy, we're talking about two different issues. So if there's a vacancy in a classroom, principals work to provide a substitute teacher. They work with, obviously, our substitute system, which we've already spoken about. But there is not an opportunity for them to do that. They must enter the credits into our system, where they would be accounted for towards graduation. Towards the graduation requirements.
So, Madam Chair, I know that my time's up, but I think what the problem is that Edison High School didn't have 12th grade English, not in May. They didn't have it in November. And I'm trying to understand how thousands of kids enter into summer school because they did not have a teacher in the classroom for 2/3 of the year. And
so if students are not entering into summer school, students who don't pass a course and who need credit recovery have an opportunity. 11th grade and 12th grade students have an opportunity if they didn't pass a course. They are not sent to summer school because they did not have a teacher. They're sent because they didn't pass a course. Those are two different issues.
Well, what percentage of students didn't have a teacher for this year?
I don't have that data, and I don't have that data in front of me.
You had it before in May when we talked earlier about it.
I personally did not. I'm not in the talent division. I don't have that information in front of me.
So this is a problem because you are the person who should know this, and this is what I'm trying to get at, that if we do not know the number of students who didn't have a teacher for a majority of the year, that becomes an issue, and this is a repeated concern that it seems to be heard at both the student level to the principal level, that that the vacancy issue is a passive situation, that people are helpless, we're hamstrung, there's nothing we can do, and thus it doesn't get addressed. And I'm trying to understand who is going to ultimately account so this problem does not happen in spring of 2016, in September of 2016.
So the question that I hear is again around the vacancy issue, and you are correct. The number of students, I apologize, the number of students who did not have a teacher in K through 7, I did report that the last time I was here.
And it was in the thousands, right?
It was, the low twos, I believe. I just don't have I brought all of that information last time, and I apologize.
But 2,000 students in grades K to 7 that we're aware of did not have a teacher for more than 2/3 of the year.
That's correct. That is correct. Do you have another, I'm sorry, was another question?
It was to ask about how are we accounting, who is going to ensure that this does not happen again in September 2016?
Well, I think for me, the person, the people in the group are all the people that are in this room, that we're all working to ensure that we find the 700 teachers that we need to fill our highly qualified teachers to fill the vacancies so that we do not have students without a teacher. That's who I think are the people that are responsible for that.
So I'm ultimately responsible, Councilwoman, and then and to ensure that, and I'm going to make that commitment today. And I want to add that there's nothing passive about not having a teacher in a classroom. We've been working through this issue since the beginning of the school year. We would fill vacancies, and then vacancies were created for a number of reasons. Vacancies were created because individuals were retiring or going, or they were taking some time off to finish a degree, or whatever the case. Maybe individuals were sick and not there. But it's nothing passive about the non-filling of these vacancies. We've been working all year to address this problem in the current year, and as I've indicated on multiple occasions, we are starting to address that problem next year. And we want to start the year without any vacancies and even doing supplemental hiring to ensure that we can fill vacancies much faster than we were able to fill them this year.
Thank you very much. I just, it's hard to, and I understand that the district and many people within the district have been struggling about this issue, but it's just a very important point to make that when you are announcing the issue of school closings, that when the district and students aren't given the very basics and the fundamental building blocks of schools, that the district will fundamentally drive families away. And the announcement around the school closings and the choices that are being made are going to ultimately be the district making a clear statement, not a messaging or branding issue, but a clear statement about its investment in broad-based, district-wide equity issues that are fundamental to its mission versus optional things that are based around privatization, outsourcing, and have shown to not have significant guarantees. I'll wait till my next round. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gam. Another issue related to this is that we had hearings on it long before you were here, about settling schools earlier, because there was a time when we settled schools maybe in early November. And it's awful when you lose a vice principal and you gain one and all of that, because, and this wasn't even when we had the teacher shortage we do. So it's very important that we settle schools early at the beginning of the year so everybody's not switched around and transferred back and forth. And unfortunately, that shouldn't be an issue, given this is really important that we're talking about now, but we really need to make sure we settle them as early as possible. Councilman O?
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. In your financial report that you gave us, you indicated that you will receive a certain amount of money from the state. Do you generally get a consistent amount of money? How much money has the state provided for this fiscal year?
We get an amount based on primary, so there are a couple different pots. So there's the basic education formula, we get a share of that money. We get a share of the pot for special education. Then we get a series of reimbursements, a certain percentage based on the ratio, which is impacted by the AVI we've mentioned, which are reimbursements related to our pension contributions, transportation, Social Security, and FICA. There are certain other grant monies we get from the state, Ready to Learn and some others. So it's a series of different pots, but it's they all have their own formula.
For this past year, or this current year, how much did the state contribute? Do you roughly know? I don't know if you know or not.
How much did we get from the state this year? In total, in 16, we're projected to get about $1.4 billion.
1.4 billion? And what did you get last year?
I don't actually have the 15 number in front of me. I will get that for you, though.
Okay, would you give it to the chair, please? Sure. So this year, you indicated you expect to receive 118 million more than you did last year?
Yes and no.
Okay.
And let me explain it. So what we're projecting off the governor's proposed budget, so in the basic ed formula, which is the biggest pot, we're projecting the governor's requested $200 million for the entire Commonwealth, of which we would get 46 million, about 23%. We would get about another 10 million or so in special ed. Then there's increases in the reimbursements. So if we can mention pension is a large piece of that. In addition, and actually if you look at all the reimbursements, it's about 28 million. There's a shift is making up a piece of this, and I know I've had some questions about that 118. When the fiscal code was passed by the state the beginning of this month, it shifted money that was originally given to us through the Ready to Learn grant and moved it back through basic ed. Those grant funds don't appear in the operating budget, so there's $40 million of state revenues effectively that got moved back in along with the costs that would have been in grants. So it's no net increase for us overall because the expenses came over, but because it's no longer through the grants funding but through the state direct revenue funding.
So the $118 million is not really an increase at the end of the day?
The $56 million of it is an increase. I would say is an increase. That's not generated by new expenses. That's the $200 million increase in basic ed and the increase in special ed. So that's what's new based on the governor's proposed budget.
Okay, has not passed yet?
Correct.
Okay. If it doesn't pass, then where do you go for the money?
If it doesn't pass, it speeds up our need to have the discussion with all of our funders. In the current year, we would still have a positive fund balance of 17. It would just be much narrower in the $40 million range, and we would have a negative fund balance in 18. So it just means that that conversation we want to have with all of our funders, the city, the state, private funders, whomever, needs to happen that much faster, and that the urgency of coming up with a plan to deal with structural problems is that much more in front of us.
Okay, this body, in addition to passing the laws that were, legislation that was talked about to raise more money for the schools, also increased parking meters by 50 cents. In many neighborhoods, surrounding Center City, and as a result of the increase in the 50 cents, I'm told that there was an increase in revenues of 1.3 million. I don't know how anybody could say that really, because you really can't tell. But anyway, giving that to PPA, okay, 1.3 million, I see that there's a decrease in a contribution from PPA of 3 million. So we increased the parking meters 50 cents, and you're getting 3 million less. Could you explain that?
I don't know if I can explain it other than I can tell you what I know.
Okay, please do.
Which is, we don't get any money through formula through the parking authority. We essentially get a check from them. We have no control over how it is, what comes to us, and how much it is. In fact, the only way we know about the $3 million less was an article that appeared in the notebook about a meeting of the parking authority where they projected to reduce its payment to the school district in 2017 by $3 million. We have tried to have more open communications and have been unsuccessful.
We do have a hearing next week, a joint council hearing of education and streets. So we may find out. What I've also learned is that you get no money from the red light camera program, not 1 cent.
That is correct.
So the Philadelphia Parking Authority used to be a city entity, and I believe it predates me, but I think all the revenues of the Philadelphia Parking Authority went to the city and the school district. That's what I understand. I could be wrong, but the revenues go to the state, and some of it comes to the city, and some of it comes to the school district. But in our efforts to look at sustainable funding, there are these challenges that we don't control a lot of the entities that people believe are funding the city and the state, and the money actually doesn't come to the city, yet we have to go to the state to ask for money that they don't give us while they're taking out money that used to come to us. So in that regard, I have to go back to my first question about Philadelphia Education Fund. So 3 public schools are being planned to close per year based on declining attendance, I suppose. Yet schools are being opened. So while public schools are being closed, it appears, without perhaps any planning, or maybe there's planning, that schools are being opened, and they are typically charter schools. The question that I have is, to put it as plain as I can, and, just the issue of this conflict of interest. SRC member has got to make decisions on closing public schools, opening charter schools. Everybody, I think, has read that her husband represents one of the charter school entities that open schools. And there's nothing wrong with that. Wonderful charter school. I'm for charter schools. I just don't know how that's not a conflict of interest when you have to close public schools and you're opening charter schools. You probably have to close some charter schools, and charter schools just keep opening. 80-some, I don't know, charter schools and growing, with the Supreme Court decision that you cannot cap the attendance of these charter schools. That's potentially a huge financial and administrative problem. How do you approach that problem?
Well, and add to that the fact that we are not permitted to consider the financial impact on the district when reviewing an application. Add to that the fact that the cigarette tax included a requirement that we begin reviewing applications again. So while I would like to say that we have total control in that situation, we do not. We're mandated by state law. As you alluded to, we, as a SRC, tried to have some control over growth by first not, as a district, not accepting applications, then once we were required to, by imposing conditions such as caps that would help us control the growing charter school population. Neither one of those we're permitted to do at this point, unless we negotiate the cap. The other, I just lost my thought. The other factor involved with the, you talked about closing of charter schools. We do have a process, the Quality Authorizing Initiative, where every 5 years we're looking at charter schools, not to close them from the perspective of we need more money, let's go find a school to close, but ensuring that we have quality in our charter sector as well as in our regular public school sector. So we are closing non-performing charter schools, but again, it's a long process based on the charter school law, 2 years, 3 years, when you include an appeals process. So I completely agree with your analysis of what some of the problems are around the charter school situation. That's why we need reform of the charter school legislation. Thank you.
And Councilman O, I just wanted to add that we had 4 charters that closed last year. And we have 4 current non-renewals. That does take time, as the chairwoman stated, and we have 1 other charter closure this year. So that over the last 2 years would be 9, but the 4 are asterisks because those take time to go through the non-renewal process.
I'll finally say, listen, I appreciate, and even more so after
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I need to add, because the SRC hasn't taken action on a non-renewal, we have 4 recommendations for non-renewal.
So I'll conclude by saying I appreciate the complexity of the challenges that you have as you try to address this very difficult, situation. Not of your making, but with all this legislation and limitations and requirements, it's very challenging. I do agree that we all have to get on one sheet of music. Our council, our delegation, our folks in Harrisburg, our congressional folks, to figure this thing out. I do, at the end of the day, have a lot of concerns that if our only option is a charter school, that, in other words, a bad choice, a rock and a hard place, and we don't have the ability to provide a good quality public school in the neighborhood. If we don't have the resources to do that, the only thing that happens is the only other alternative is a private provider. And I'd hate to see that we're going in the direction of a, just kind of an unplanned, public education system for, the complexities and challenges that exist. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Certainly, you're welcome. Councilman Dom?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I guess it's for you, Dr. Height, this question. I heard Councilwoman Blondell Reynolds Brown talk about truancy, and I know a few weeks ago, Councilman Taubenberger spoke about it, I think with the District Attorney's Office. Do you know what the truancy rate is today for public schools?
We're at, I think it's 91.2% attendance.
Okay, so it's about 8 to 9% truancy, okay. And then the second question.
No, that's different than truancy. That is attendance, and so that's not truancy. So the
9% is not all.
the 9% are not all truant, and so some could be for other reasons.
So like you hear rumors like some schools have a 30% truancy rate. Can that be possible?
Can that be?
30% truancy rate.
Some schools
Is that possible?
have 30% truancy. Yes, that could be possible.
Could be. And is that the area you were talking about earlier about working with the District Attorney's Office to address those issues? Okay,
Yes.
great. And then I have two other questions, and I can come back, but this one, I'm actually carrying the water for my fellow councilwoman, no pun intended. Right. So the issue is, we had a panel last week, I think it was, or 2 weeks ago, maybe it was 2 weeks ago, about the water fountain issue in the school district. And when it first was brought to me and I was listening to the testimony, it reminded me of the movie Walk the Line, remember? When Johnny Cash is in the prison and he holds up the rusty water, remember that scene? So the information that I have, it says 15% of the district's total water fountains have been deemed inoperable. This is the information that I have. The concentration of inoperable fountains varies greatly. In some schools, it's as high as 90%. There is an opportunity, though, for a water fountain system, basically, that's cost $1,500 per unit, about $900 for the cost and $600 for the install. And the math was done that at 3 per school, it's 218 schools, it's just under $1 million to clean up the whole water situation. Is that something that we can look at and fund in this budget?
Well, I will add before Fran comes up, because it may not be a reason for her to respond. It is a part of our priorities on, as was mentioned earlier, in the Green Schools Futures Plan on, I think it was action item 58, action item number 58, was to ensure that we have the operable fountains, and that in the event that we did not have operable water stations, that we would then make the necessary investments to have those, both through external means and through our school food service, which is also an entity that allows us to also purchase hydration stations or water, fresh water for students.
So you guys you got that under control? You're going to, hopefully that'll happen?
Yes, I mean, this is a part of naturally we have a lot of central requests for monies and monies for various things. This is one of the high priority items for us, because this is very important that we have children in schools that have access to clean water.
Well, especially if they're going to pay more money for soda. They have to have water that at least they can drink. One last question on this, Frank. There's been a lot of discussions about pre-K, which I think everybody thinks is a good idea. And I guess my concern has been, we do a great job with pre-K, which I hope we will, if we hopefully get there. And then the transition into kindergarten. I'm just wondering what you all need to do to prepare for that transition from the pre-K into kindergarten. And have there been discussions about that process?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we, for the first time a year ago, we were working and had all of our pre-K educators along with their kindergarten educators, along with first grade, and doing the development as an entire group, not separate development for one group versus the other group. And it's really important that we clear the lines of not only communication, but also have development opportunities for those individuals, and make sure those development opportunities are consistent so that the pre-K individuals hear what's happening in kindergarten, and the kindergarten are informed by the things that worked in pre-K and so forth and so on. And last year, we did a call-out, and I think it was a 3-day development for all pre-K through second grade teachers, and it was a development that had them all in one place, and we got a lot of positive feedback from that as well.
So what you're really saying is we should not be, and one of our concerns is that we're going to do this pre-K, and they're going to get to kindergarten, and we don't want them to fall off.
That's correct.
So you'll make sure that they're on that path.
That's
trajectory.
correct.
Okay,
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. During his line of questioning, Councilman at Large, Derek Green, mentioned the phrase "tale of two cities," and he jogged my memory when I was talking about one of our, or I forgot to mention one of our valuable stakeholders in advocacy for funding public education. But he reminded me David Cohen at Comcast was the first individual that I heard use the tale of two cities during his inaugural speech as chair of the chamber. So it jogged my memory, like Dr. Hyde and Chairwoman Neff, like, don't forget to make sure the chamber is at the table. Right. Like, they've really been a very valuable partner for us. In addition to that, I want to go back to the issue that I ended with Dr. Hyde, and that was the career and technical education training, particularly with the mayor's proposal of rebuild in mind. And again, diversity and minority inclusion has been a major part of our discussion. So has there been any, and just for the record, our chief education official, he and I have talked extensively. I have a great deal of admiration and respect for him and the work that he's done. And if you probably were to say to Otis Hackney, you know, like Sherelle Parker, he would say CTE, right? So tell us, Dr. Height, what's the communication been with the district and or the building trades in this issue? Are there any partners? Because I often, again, I'm talking about process. When I think of partnership in education, I think about CCP, I think about the school district, I think about the trades, I think about the administration. Has that kind of discussion started?
In part, I mean, and so we have the, and you saw as a part of the video, the Advanced Manufacturing Program at Benjamin Franklin. We also have children who every day now participate in the finishing trades, and they are children from multiple high schools from around the city.
What does that mean, Dr. High? Explain finishing trades.
Finishing trades are young people who, they come in and they could do painting, sheetrock, they do bridge painting, and it is, and these young people will do trim, and it's all the finishing things to building trades, if you will, and some electrical. And so we have children who work with the finishing trades as a direct feeder to their apprenticeship program. We have young people who are leaving our program at Randolph who are completing the plumbing program and leaving with the certification as a plumber. As a matter of fact, a year ago, two of the youngest pre-apprentice students that Acker Shipyard ever hired were from Randolph High School. All 11 young people finished and were successful in acquiring their certificate as plumbers as welders after that program. And so we have the ability to do that. We want to fully engage with building trades. We have not started those conversations yet. There have been some requests for those conversations, but it is our position that we have young people and programs in schools that could support the types of competencies and skills that these young people will need in order to work in the building trades, and that we would love for our programs to be natural feeders for those types of programs, because then it would allow for the diversity throughout the city that is currently enrolled in our programs. And so that's one thing that we're looking forward to. We have a very good relationship with the laborers and the work that they do. And I'll just add, the community college is also using our advanced manufacturing lab at Ben Franklin as their workforce development site for programs that they have. So our children could go from complete that program, go into CCP, and then into advanced manufacturing, and never leave Ben Franklin, by the way. And so but we look forward to engaging in those conversations, and looking forward to having those conversations with building trades.
I want to thank you, Dr. Height, for your response. I know Mayor Kinney, Council President Clark, our building trades, and Councilman Bobby Heenan has been a very strong advocate from this perspective, have talked a lot about trying to find a way to facilitate the discussion to move us forward to the action items to actually make what you described, like to bolster it and enhance it. And so I'm going to keep on doing as much as I can to push the envelope. Now, Dr. Height, I want to quickly just go through something that we had the crisis in the 9th District as it relates to Edmonds School this year and infrastructure. I heard the number $5 billion that was given that will be needed if we could wave the magic wand and get it all done. But every time I think about that $5 billion number, people say, like, why can't you do it overnight? And again, just because I'm accustomed to not being able to sound the alarm, I'm accustomed to trying to do the difficult work like my colleagues and come up with the revenue, right? $5 billion. How many local or state taxes would have to be raised, right, to generate the revenue needed so you can wave the magic wand and do it all at once? With that being said, I wanted you to tell us how you're addressing in this budget on the capital side, revenue to make some improvements to infrastructure. But I also want you to give me an answer to a question that I've gotten in regards to the number of licensed engineers that the district has to have. Like, is there any regulation as to how many you have to have in a school, and what's that number, and then how many does the district actually have?
Great, thank you. I'm going to start on the deferred maintenance question, and then hand it off to Ori Munson and then to Fran Burns to respond to the other two questions. But with respect to the deferred maintenance, and we are currently, we just completed a facility condition index study that was done, and it indicates pretty significant needs, deferred maintenance needs across the district. And as you indicated, we could not do that. We can't do that overnight. We do have in the 5-year plan $600 million in capital improvement monies once we have access to the market for capital funds.
Access to the market? You mean you can't borrow?
Not at the moment, and that's the part I wanted to hand off to our Chief Financial Officer.
So unfortunately, at the current time, we do not have access to the markets to borrow. Combination of two issues. Number one, there is no state budget for next year, and after this past year, the market is a little jittery, as you might imagine. This is true for all Pennsylvania borrowers. In addition, the state intercept was effectively broken during the year. There are some proposed legislative fixes that are up that we believe would make the rating agencies satisfied that the intercept is back in place. But we've been told, and we've spoken with multiple banks, that effectively would not be able to, our bonds would not sell without either the state budget or the intercept, or ideally both. I mean, it's dramatically impacting our own bond rating and our ability to go to the markets. We were supposed to borrow money this past year and simply could not because of the state, so that's already been deferred. And as Dr. Hyde mentioned, we have almost $600 million proposed over the 5-year period to borrow to invest primarily in the capital needs of our buildings.
Wow. Well, it's a surprise and understand sort of overall how when Councilman O asked the question, what will happen if that state budget, you know, isn't passed, like we get the fund balance, right, as you all have laid out in your 5-year plan, but the idea that it is hampering your ability to go to the markets, you know, it is, and again, I'm familiar with when we had to do the TRAN, you know, in order to make payroll, you know, Chairwoman Neff, that was prior to your becoming chair. I think I'm going back to payroll now, right? And so that is really just disappointing to hear, but I thank you for putting that on the record. Just if we could get 15 seconds across, you know, a response to how many are you required to have by law and how many do we have in terms of building engineers?
Good afternoon, Fran Burns, Chief Operating Officer. We are required to have a licensed stationary Class A license that would oversee the boiler operations. So we're not actually required by law to have a licensed engineer per building. In practice, we have had a licensed engineer in our buildings. Right now, we have 160 building engineers that have licenses, and then we have 60 trainees that are currently in the program that are not licensed.
So 60 trainees that are in the program and they're not licensed yet?
That's correct.
So that would take our total, you just bear with me here, so we'll be at the 220
That's
when
right.
they finish. Okay, all right, and so again, there is no actual number legislatively that we are required to meet, no mandated, this is the bottom line
That's
for
correct.
building engineers.
There is not.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, for your leeway, and as usual, I want to close by thanking you and Councilwoman Blondell Reynolds Brown, because as usual, I follow your lead, right, and you all wave the flag as it relates to our good friend Evelyn Sample Oates. And as you all were talking, Councilwoman, I was thinking about Evelyn. You must feel like the husband of a wife who has a wife who works all the time, right? You know, where people don't tell you they love you enough. So you get all of my abuse, right, and my angry calls, and she is very graceful. Yes, we'll handle it. We'll look into it. And I know I'm on 100, right, because we get on 100 when the public is calling us, but you handle it gracefully. So I needed to tell you thank you very much for the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We must break for our stenographer, so we will break for lunch until 2 p.m. Thank you. Councilman Dom. Thank you all. I hope everybody kind of got rejuvenated.
Good. That'd be good.
Thank you. Thank you. Wait a minute, we can't hear you.
Can we hear now?
Yes.
Okay. Many school districts and municipalities lease out rooftop spaces for revenue. And I know the school district looked at this 7 or 10 years ago. And I was wondering if I think the city of Atlanta collects $1 to $2 million on rooftop revenue. Is this a possibility for Philadelphia, and is it an area that we could look at for additional revenue, though it may not be that much, but it's something?
Yes, we could most definitely look at it. We would have to, because of that, the bonds and the public use versus private use bonds, we'd have to determine it on a site-by-site basis, but we are more than willing to look at that as a revenue source.
Okay. And I heard you talk earlier about, I guess, for lack of a better word, is it CTE, Career Technical Education? One of the schools, I know it's not part of the school district, but one of the schools that I personally really like is the Cristo Rey School. And I talk about it all the time. And I actually have students from Cristo Rey in my office. And the concept basically is that student works 1 day a week from 9th to 12th grade. And they're going to graduate 100% of their students this year. which is pretty amazing because everyone in that school is lower income. And yet the experience of working in a job 1 day a week is huge. Is there any way to take that model of Cristo Rey and expand it to the public schools where maybe students, aren't going to get paid, but I would say that the opportunity to work in a business or some sort of employment 1 day a week is huge. You don't need the money. The experience is phenomenal, and the social experience is great. And having 4 job-related experiences between 9th and 12th grade, I think it'd be a great opportunity. So is there a way to expand that for public schools?
Yes, we have several programs that actually offer that now, Councilman. And then in addition, we are learning from schools like Cristo Rey. One of the networks that the chair was describing is the Opportunity Network. And that's the network which Cristo Rey is a part of. And it is, so what we learn from those schools gives us the ability to replicate those things across the district. But we have quite a few programs now that take that approach.
That's great. I think it's a great program. One other question. There's a contract, I guess, $34 million. And I guess they were canceled. They canceled the contract. Did you guys cancel the contract in March of this year, I believe? So my question is, the company came nowhere near the proposed 95% fill rate. Did the school district get back any of the money because of that lack of, filling the vacancies? Was the financial side of that, did we get the proper money back?
Yeah, it was a contract that is the contract terms was that it would not exceed $34 million, but the payments were based on their ability to fill vacancies. And so the actual amount that was spent with Source for Teachers was far less than $34 million. I think that was close.
It was about $6 million through the end of April.
$6 million through the end of April.
Well, that was good. That's good. That's good news. I don't think I have any other questions right now, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For all those in the building, my colleagues are here and would like to. Thank you. Councilwoman Gem, it looks like you will be our final person.
Can I ask one more question? I just want to put this on the record. I constantly would hear this before when I was running for office, how schools didn't have enough toilet paper, paper supplies, pens or pencils. Is that the case or is that not the case?
Yeah, I'll have, once again, if it needs more explanation, one of the things that we did this year was a full inventory of all of those types of supplies and ensured that schools had those supplies. We even replaced the the dispensers for those types of supplies. And then when I'm in schools, I actually make a point to go into at least the boys' restroom to see if those supplies are there. And so we do have enough supplies for that. And part of why we released $60 per student earlier in the year was to provide schools with additional monies to buy the materials and supplies that they need that we did not provide. And so if they're more specific, if there's a more specific response needed, then Fran can come up and talk about it.
So we can squash that rumor. We have the supplies. There isn't an issue anymore.
Yes.
One last comment I just want to mention to you. I took a tour of 2 schools that stayed in my mind. One is the Webster School and one is the Lewis Elkins School. And both were excellent. The principals, teachers, the students were so well behaved. And when we talk about some of these things that aren't that positive, here's 2 great examples of 2 really good schools in the system. And just these are 2 that I saw that really were exemplary. So I just wanted to commend you and commend those principals and teachers there too. Really good schools.
Thank you for acknowledging those 2 and those 2 leaders and the work that they are doing in the schools. And that is happening in more and more schools, Councilman. So thank you for.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
You're very welcome. Councilwoman Gem.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I think some of my questions might be for the district's charter school person. Is that Ms. Donlin Kaser? Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So the superintendent has talked previously about the situation around the district's charter schools, and in particular, obviously, that charters now make up 30% of the district's operating budget, $875 million. The $122 million increase in FY17 represents a 16% growth, and it also eats up 2/3 of the growth in the district's operating budget. This year, the district approved 6 new charters, 3 standalone charters, and 3 highly controversial Renaissance charters. Let me clarify. Those 3, the 6 new charters were made up of 3 standalones and 3 Renaissance charters. And your office is primarily responsible for this area. One, do you have a net 1-year and 5-year cost figure to the district for the 3 Renaissance charter schools you just approved?
Thank you, City Council. My name is Dawn Lynn Kaser. I'm the Executive Director for the Charter Schools Office. With regards to the projections in terms of enrollment for the 3 new charters that were approved by our office, we do not yet have charter agreements for the 3 Renaissance charters, so only one of those is actually approved and codified by a charter agreement at this time, and that is a Global Leadership Academy Southwest at Huey. We do, however, project enrollments. As you may recall, for 2 of the new charter approvals this year, only one of those was a standalone new charter school. That was KIPP North Philadelphia. The other 2 had options for Russell Byers and for Esperanza to either be charter amendments or new charters, and we have not yet finalized those to determine whether or not those would be new charters or they would be expansions or modifications of an existing charter. That will affect those projections as well as performance requirements for academics for 2 of those 3 charters. So we do give 5-year projection numbers to the budget office based on those staggered requirements and conditions, but the budget office is the one that actually puts a per pupil amount on that, since that amount changes from year to year.
Okay, so Mr. Monson, do you have a net 1-year and 5-year cost figure to the district of for the 3 Renaissance charter schools that were just approved?
But it's above the base. So I'll need a minute.
No problem.
If you want to move
So,
on.
Ms. Kaser, one of the things that we've noticed is that, in the first, we've seen now 2 cohorts of Renaissance charter schools in their 6-year process kind of go through the charter schools review process. In the first one, about 3 out of 7 of the charters had to have some kind of significant change in their management or leadership, or had their charters taken away. This year, 4 out of 6 charter operators are recommended for non-renewal. What is the estimated then success rate for charter conversions for the districts, for the schools that have been up for review by your office?
Sorry, could you clarify the question? Are you asking if we project a success rate?
No, I asked you what the success rate is. So we've had 13 schools, 13 Renaissance charter schools be reviewed by your office. Is that correct?
To date, yes.
And then 4 out of 6 were deemed for non-renewal for this year. 1 out of 7 was deemed for non-renewal out of the first cohort. 2 of whom also had to see a shifted their charter management to another operator, or seeing some kind of dramatic shift based on concerns by the office. Is that right?
So let me back up for a moment. So we have 4 non-renewal recommendations that have been submitted to the SRC this year.
By your office.
Those notices of non-renewal have not yet been voted on by the SRC.
I asked about your office. So
Yes, so we've had 4 recommendations for non-renewal this year of Renaissance charters, 1 last year in the 2014-15 cohort, and there have been Renaissance charters that have switched their charter management organization with notification to our office, not necessarily at the behest of our office, however, as we cannot mandate those types of changes.
So then what is the estimated success rate of Renaissance charters?
I
I guess I'm not certain what the question is, because the success rate, I'm trying to figure out how you are defining success.
I'm defining success as not failing. How's that? Where you don't have to see your charter turned over, or your charter doesn't have to be recommended to be stripped from you. That's a pretty low bar. Maybe I won't call that success. How about the fail rate?
So we have had no Renaissance charters to date that have closed, and we have had the 5 recommendations for non-renewal. So I would say that of the 20 active Renaissance charters, there have been 5 recommended for non-renewal. I would not, however, characterize a change in charter management organization as a lack of success. That is actually what we want to see from a strong charter school board of trustees, is that they recognize that a management organization is not achieving the goals that have been established for it, and it makes the necessary course corrections.
And that has to thus be internalized, because your office doesn't have the power to actually close down charter schools. So you're saying that if a charter school is going on a poor trajectory and then decides to do a turnaround of a turnaround a second time, then that's actually a positive in your estimation?
If the board recognizes that they are not on a positive trajectory and they make the necessary course corrections, yes, we would see that as a positive.
So we've got 7 out of 13 schools, though, that have had to see some kind of reversal in their Renaissance charters. Would you at least say that some of the providers you've used that have not been able to do it, like Mosaica, Scholar Academies, and Espira, will not be candidates for additional Renaissance schools?
Any charter operator is eligible to apply for a charter. It's not a licensure that is withheld, so we could not prevent them from applying for either a new charter through the new charter application process or a Renaissance charter. However, their past performance would certainly be a consideration of our office in the evaluation of that.
And for a school, for a charter operator like Young Scholars Academy, which has now twice walked away from charter schools that they manage, the most recent one being Kenderton Elementary School, in which they decided that the special education costs were something that they did no longer want to pay for, and so decided to walk away from that contract. Is there any penalty for Renaissance operators to deter them from bowing out of the contracts as they just choose, whenever they choose to do so? I mean, they are signed on to a 5-year contract. Is there any penalty to them?
So again, the charter management organization is not the holder of the charter. The charter is held by the board of the charter school. So it is not the board of Young Scholars Kenderton that is walking away from the school, but rather Scholars Academy is the charter management organization that has indicated its intent to not continue with the charter management organization responsibilities and contract for that school. So penalties would be cured between the board of the school and the vendor, not necessarily with the district. However, there is no provision in the charter school law for any penalty that is assigned to a board of trustees to a charter for surrendering its charter or for discontinuing with a charter management contract.
There's no penalty for discontinuing with a charter management contract if it's voluntary. I'm asking you, would you consider penalties for an operator that says, hey, I don't feel like paying for special ed? It's too much money, I'm walking away. Would you consider penalties under that kind of situation? Or do you think schools should be left at the mercy of whatever operator chooses to see fit in terms of, in this particular case, I would consider it to be exploitive and somewhat abusive to the families at Kenderton to say that they don't feel like paying for special ed costs and that they're obligated to this school.
So I would say we are always looking in the charter school's office for the best interests of children, and if a charter management organization...
You would not say that you are?
I said we are always looking in the best interest of children, and if a charter management organization has signaled its intent to no longer be able to provide services to those children, we certainly want to find a charter management organization or an organization that will support the board of that charter who will be able to do so.
I didn't ask you that question. I asked if you would consider penalties for a charter operator that refused to do that.
There are no penalties at our disposal to consider.
Would you consider any? Would you consider any, or do you think it's appropriate to explore that? Or do you think that, how do we prevent this from happening on multiple occasions?
So what this is definitely an area where the charter school law could make some consideration for what the obligations are of those who apply for and seek a charter for a charter school. What I can say is that there are minimal things that we can do. One of the things that we have instituted in our office through our resolutions and other agreements and contracts with charter providers is that changes in charter management organizations are deemed material charter amendment and therefore require the review and approval of our office. That is a change that had not been previously in resolutions and agreements dating back to the beginning of Renaissance in 2010, but these things could not happen now outside the purview of the Charter Schools Office and the SRC moving forward.
I'll have to circle back because I don't think I got clarity on my answer on that question, but I'll come back for the next round for Ms. Kaser. Thank you.
Can I answer the dollar question?
Pull your mic
closer. Okay? Sorry. Just to go back to the previous question, for next year, $6.6 million is the cost associated with the new Renaissance charters.
For 1 year.
Correct, for next year. We have an estimate of an additional $8 million, but that's, it'll depend on obviously if there are additional investments or growth rate in charters. But based on our current estimates, I think we have $8 million. 6.6 for the first year because you have a new cost and then you have incremental cost above. So the growth rates, you end up, I believe, with $8 million by the end.
8 million?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We checked several times, and we were told with regard to charter schools that we were okay with, at Turner School with KIPP. I understand they were talking about Bieber Charter School, that's Councilman Jones's area, but are they trying to deal with that as a new location for charter schools?
KIPP is looking through a number of their facility options as they were approved for a new charter as well in the city of Philadelphia earlier this year for KIPP North Philadelphia, and so they are looking for some long-term solutions for all of their schools. I do not believe that they have finalized any of those decisions beyond the buildings that they are already in contract or under agreement with for the district.
Yeah, they want to stay at Turner, and we want them to stay at Turner. And so we've checked on that many times. They were talking about moving them or upstairs, moving that, but, you know, they're really a wonderful neighborhood school for us. They like being there and we like them being there. But there's been talk back and forth that maybe upstairs they would, you know, there's some question and varying questions. I just was verifying that everything is straight again.
Councilwoman Fran Burns, Chief Operating Officer. In fact, we have a resolution in front of the SRC for the May action meeting to extend the lease with KIPP at motivation, so that once the action is considered, it is recommended by staff, and so it's...
Thank you. Everyone told me that 3 times. And a Bieber's not in my area, but are they involved in some of this, something? No Bieber? Okay, that's all right. Curtis would know that anyway. Thank you very much. Councilwoman Reynolds Brown.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Continuing along the concerns raised around charter schools, what I am aware of is that World Communications Charter Schools has, at least what I've been told, and I always ask to see some records to verify, has about a 90% college acceptance rate. So with that fact as the backdrop, what I've also learned is that this school, which has been around since 1998, may be prematurely closing 1 year ahead of the 2017 charter. The concern is that it is the view of those who care about this charter schools that they have done what they needed to do for approval, but what I've learned in my fact finding is that it actually took the charter schools office 3 months to give approval for the school's recommendation for an operator, period. So the question becomes, knowing that the work you do is massive, it takes 3 months to get back to give approval, just share with us why a school that is turning around is faced with the possible alternative of closure.
Yes. Dawn Lynn Kaser, Executive Director of Charter Schools Office. With regards to WorldCom, there are some components of that timeline that have not been clearly delineated. Although there was a proposal that was submitted to our office at the end of October last year by World Communications, which was under a signed agreement with our office and the district to either find another operator this school year or to surrender its charter, which that board engaged in willingly. We could not get the additional supplemental information that was requested associated with that proposal for American Paradigm Schools until, in fact, we were able to meet in person with American Paradigm Schools as a result of their outreach to our office, not World Communications, to resolve many of those questions which did not occur until January. So our office was not able to sign off on them proceeding forward until we had received that additional supplemental information that clarified the proposal. So unfortunately, without that information, yes, we withheld the approval to continue in their negotiations because there was material and substantive information that we did not receive. I also want to, although there may be some points of recent improvements at the school's academic performance for the beginning of this charter term, the first 3 years, has been persistently low performing, and in fact, last year, 14-15 World Communications Charter School for the high school closed out the year as the lowest performing school, not just charter school, lowest performing public school in terms of academic achievement and academic progress in the city of Philadelphia last year. They were 80 out of 80th in achievement and 82 out of 82 in progress.
And so during the hearings before the School Reform Commission, are those type of facts shared out on the record, or is that the kind of discussion that you have in a sit-down caucus session? When you make the decision, render the decisions that move you towards potential closure, is that handled in the public forum there on Wednesday evenings?
The charter school office makes a presentation before they make their recommendation at a public meeting.
Oh, okay. All right, so then the ask is that you revisit everything around World Charter with them directly so that it's clear that there's a disconnect. And when disconnect happens, they come to our attention, and then the appropriate thing for us to do is to ask that you sit down again to make sure they understand clearly what the parameters and expectations are.
We've had ongoing conversations with the World Communications Charter School, and as I mentioned, the school itself entered into an agreement with the district early last fall, prior to the start of the school year, that it would find another operator, which it did not do this year, or that it would surrender its charter. So we are not initiating closure proceedings against the school. The school voluntarily agreed to surrender its charter at the end of this school year. However, our office has not yet been formally notified that the board of the charter school has taken the action to surrender its charter.
All right. Speaking of boards, I want to get as many questions in as I can. No, let's table the board discussion. And looking at your outside counsel, from 2010 to 2015, your payments to outside counsel have almost tripled. So I need to know, and I probably should have sent this in advance. Under what conditions or circumstances does the school district retain outside counsel? How does the school district determine who will be outside counsel? And I need to see a list of all of your outside counsel since 2010. How soon can I get that?
Now?
You have it now?
Huh?
Okay, you can submit that to the chair, and I'll take a quick look-see.
Well, can I answer some of the questions? So I have the data for you.
Please.
But just to address some of the questions, some of the drivers behind it. So some of the drivers behind it are when the district did its mass cutbacks. It obviously was not just in the schools, it was in the central office.
Please pull the mic closer.
Sorry.
And first tell us who the outside counsel is.
It's a list of 50 firms. I mean,
Okay,
I'll submit that list to the
Okay,
to
you
the
can
chair.
submit, in any of those cases, what consideration is given to making sure that some level of sensitivity is given to minority and women counsel in those law firms?
That I'll have to get back to you on. I have different data on and across procurement in general related
Yes.
to, which I can get to also. I don't have the data specifically on council, other than the number of firms that are themselves minority or, as a firm, minority or women-owned.
And that's reflected in the information you have there?
I have to see if it's in my
Do you
other,
rate- do you
I have
rate
two different data points. I have the data points for the outside counsel. Let me check that first and answer those questions first, and then I'll find my data I have on
MBE, WBE opportunities.
So let me get that also.
Since
But
this is a district that is majority minority, we want to
Understood.
make sure that those you do business with reflects the city that it lives in. Members of council are actually tired of circumstance where those you serve, those who view the school district as a business are getting fat off of the backs of African-American children principally, and it's disturbing. It's very, very disturbing.
So let me, two separate questions if I can.
Please.
So just in terms, and I'll submit this to the chair about the detail about all the spending on outside counsel from FY10 to FY16 that's here, including through FY15, it's detailed by firm. So you'll be able to see that.
That'd be terrific.
I do want to say that some of the large growth is a result of two major factors that both relate to not only were there cuts in the schools, but cuts in the central office. So fewer in-house counsel means you end up using outside counsel more. In addition, the cuts in central office for special ed has led to a huge increase in the number of lawsuits we have on the back end. Obviously, it's not the way we want to work, but it's the way it happened. So we end up having to, it's created a lot more cases for us to have to deal with and a lot more spending on outside counsel. It's one of the issues we're actually looking at to bring more people in-house, to bring as much of the work in-house, as well as doing the proactive rather than the reactive on the special ed. In terms of the MWE participation summary, and I have this, so you specifically were asking professional services contracts. And this is data for the first 3 quarters of the current fiscal year.
Okay.
And I'll submit this also. But just to, so you know, there were 81 total professional services contracts awarded. Of those, MWE participation, 59 of them. So more than 50%. The total percentage of award dollars to MWBE was 46%.
That's MBE.
For MWBE, it's combined, so I don't have it's minority or women business enterprises.
So Councilman Green would know what my follow-up question would be. We
Break
need
it
it
out.
broken down by women, where it's been verified that they are indeed owned by women, and minorities. And then we want it broken down by minorities.
I believe we use the city certifications, so I can.
Terrific.
But I'll get I'll provide this to the chair, but I will also get back to you with the broken down version. And I will say we have that for purchasing contracts, design and construction contract awards, and professional services contracts all here. I'll submit both documents to the chair.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually wanted to follow up on the questions that Councilman Brown had asked. She had asked in reference to professional services contracts, but I had a question and something I may have missed earlier. What is your participation rate in reference to all contracts for both goods and services with the school district?
And I don't have it broken down, I'm sorry, by minority women, but combined rate?
Combined, yes.
So combined rate and this is for the first 3 quarters of the current fiscal year, percent of award dollars on purchasing contracts is 18%, and in terms of the number of contracts, it's 21 out of 55 contracts. In terms of design and construction contract awards, 48% of the total dollars were to MWBE, and the participation was, I'll have to check that number, that looks odd to me. It seems to be more than 100%, so I want to double check that. And then, as I already mentioned, on professional services contracts, 59 out of 81 contracts, and 46% of the total dollar spent, so $24.2 million out of $52.3 million in professional services contracts were awarded to MW participants. I'll also point out these numbers do not include anything where we piggyback on city, state, or government contracts or sole sources.
And how does that trend over the past 4 years?
I'll have to get that information for you.
Okay, because that information is very important. I want to ask a question from your procurement department. What's the philosophy of the procurement department in reference to trying to increase diversity as well as using local-based businesses?
Fran Burns. We definitely have, I think, which are very good participation rates with 40%
How would you define
overall.
as very good?
We have 40% overall, which exceeds our goal of the overall goal of 25%. In construction, we are at 48%, as Ori testified. So the way that we get to these percentages are we have just similar to the city in our solicitations, we have minority participation goals that we meet or exceed in our RFPs and our public solicitations. We also have active recruiting with local African American Chamber of Commerce, Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and we have a strong vendor database that we build upon, and we proactively make outreach to vendors every time we publicize a solicitation.
And how many of those MWBEs are based in the city of Philadelphia?
I have to get back to you on that.
Would you range any percentage or perspective in reference to that?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay. And so I don't think you answered the question in reference to the philosophy of the department. Let me give some perspective. Historically, from my observation, the city has not necessarily done the best job in reference to using our assets or resources that we have that local-based businesses provide to the city that are used by the city from a procurement perspective to buy goods and services. So when you look at the school district, are we doing the same thing? Are we leveraging the dollars that the school district receives from people living in the city of Philadelphia, possibly from their real estate taxes, but have local businesses? Are we using those resources that the school district receives to leverage assets to bring in an opportunity for local-based businesses?
For fiscal year 16, the current fiscal year that we're in, for the first 3 quarters, which is actually consistent with what our CFO reported upon, 35% of our school district contracts were awarded to local Philadelphia vendors. However, at the current time, we actually do not have that as an active policy. So we have a new procurement director, and she's going to take a look at all of our policies and procedures, and also going to have an eye towards this in terms of an actual policy and practice. But 35% of our contracts, or 72 contracts out of 204, were awarded to Philadelphia vendors.
And so I guess the information I can provide to the chair, because I want to see what the local MWBE spend has been over the past 4 years.
Understand.
In reference to charter schools, Councilwoman Gim had raised a question regarding charter schools. I guess my question is, what's the size of the charter school office currently?
Dawn Kaser. We currently have 9 FTEs, one of which is an education pioneer full-time.
And currently we have how many charter schools in the city of Philadelphia?
We currently have 83 open and operating.
83. And what is the population of, the student population of those charter schools, for the record?
Of those charter schools, it's about 62,500.
Right. So is 9 FTE employees sufficient to provide oversight for 83 charter schools, about 62,000 students?
It is certainly not ideal for the highest level of charter authorizing, monitoring, and oversight that we would like to provide. It is, however, not an outlier in terms of the schools per staff member of charter authorizing offices that are district-based for a large authorizer nationwide.
Okay. I want to ask some question in reference to the process of evaluating charter schools. And I'll preface that based on my experience with the Arise Academy Charter School, which is a charter school that was focused on children in the foster care system. And from my observation, that charter school was held to a standard that it could not possibly meet, because for many children at Arise, they are coming from a foster care perspective, and actually developing the level of trust at that charter school took a period of time. And so for many students, that charter school became the first stability in their lives. However, when they went through the analysis process and when their charter was not renewed, they were held to a standard that was not, I would say not acceptable, because you're dealing with students who have gone through various environments in the evening that may be changing on a regular basis, and are now various relationships in the day going from school to school. And so the district decided, based on their analysis, that Arise Charter School was not going to stay open. So what I'm trying to get a perspective is, what's the analysis that you're using in reference to whether charter school stays open or not, and has this changed over the years?
Yes, it has changed over the years. The Charter Schools Office, under the Authorizing Quality Initiative, which was introduced approximately 3 years ago and was fully brought to implementation this year with the release of the annual charter evaluation, essentially has a charter performance framework which compares schools academically. There's also a framework that analyzes the organizational compliance and the financial health and stability of the school, but academically compares the school to 2 of 3 comparison groups in growth and proficiency, and that is the peer group for the charter school, the district average for the same grades served by that charter school, and or the charter sector average for the same grades served by that charter school. If it is a Renaissance charter school in its first term of operation, the comparison is made only to the peer schools for proficiency and growth for that charter school. It is a differentiation because the Charter School Office recognizes that in the first term of Renaissance, the school is focused on many things, including stabilization of school climate and culture, and we consider that in the evaluation of academic success of the school when we look at things like attendance, rate of violent incidents, retention, etc. I will say there is an exception with the renewal cohort this year that we had that may have been noted with Youth Build Charter School. This is a charter school that does not have students that take any of the state mandated assessments because of the nature of students that it serves, which are disengaged youth who are classified technically as grade 12 students. And so it has a set of academic success goals that are incorporated as part of its charter, and it was evaluated against those goals.
And so this level of methodology went into effect, you said, this year, or full implementation went into effect?
Full implementation. This year we have the annual report, which will show each school how they are performing against those academic success indicators.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some additional questions regarding special education, which I'll come back to in the next round.
Thank you. Councilwoman Parker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have 2 questions, and one is in regard to the hiring of substitute teachers. And now, Dr. Height, I don't want to beat a dead horse. I think you've publicly stated on the record all of the challenges with the Source for Teachers contract. We've heard about Kelly Services. Tell us, if you will, what's different between Kelly and Source for Teachers? How many people are in Kelly's substitute pool? Where do they recruit from, and what is the fill rate? And I asked the recruitment question, Dr. Height, specifically with regards to even in the substitute pool, and now here I am dating myself. I can remember when the substitute teacher became a teacher you knew in the school because they had, been in the school quite often and you would see them often. Will we be hiring experienced people, particularly with the district, to be a part of that pool?
Yeah, so the one distinction, Councilwoman, is that I talked about we tried a solution, we tried an approach, and the approach was not successful with Source for Teachers. So now we're going to the organization that has done this in districts like ours. It's the largest organization with respect to educational services in the country, and they've been doing this work now for 2 decades. And essentially, it's the number of individuals that they can put on the ground to both recruit and the systems that they have in place to place people, and they're able to depend on their national infrastructure to do things like call centers and training that they plan to have for every individual who goes through their process. And they also pay for the credentials for the substitutes and the background checks in order to get those background checks completed. The district will still do the long-term subs. And so the notion of you remembering your substitute because that was the individual who was in the district, that is usually different credentials than the typical substitute. But those are the primary distinctions, where Source for Teachers had very few individuals who were recruiting and placing teachers every day. This organization has a significant number of individuals that they can put on the ground to do this work, both to recruit and to support, and we can use their national structures that are already in place around call centers, support, and development for substitutes.
Okay, the next question, Dr. Heighton, I don't know if it was raised today, but when we had an education committee hearing back in February, there was quite a bit of talk about class size. And during that time, it was indicated that several schools sort of had multiple classes with 34 and 35 students. So tell me, what's the district's plan to reduce class sizes? And I'm, again, particularly thinking about that hearing in February when this issue came up.
Yes, thank you for that question. So we have the language in that contract, and this is just the contract language, and so I want to acknowledge that right up front, is that K through 3 is 30 children in the class. Beyond third grade, it is 33 students in every class. And we do have, and during the time of that briefing or that hearing, it was a question about how many classes had over 40 children in them. And today we do have, of all of the classrooms that we have inside of the district, we do have some classes that are over the maximum class size. And the vast majority of those are over by one. By one student. And it typically falls into the smallest schools that we have, and we can also give information about which schools have the class size overage in the core academic areas. But we have the number of classes for every school that is over the class size, and the number of and the vast majority of those classes are over by one student. So there could be 34 students in some situations versus 33.
Let me just ask you, Dr. Heighton, I appreciate you giving that information for the record, because the accuracy is important. And if it will be possible for you to submit what you just described to the chair, that would be great for us to be able to have for the record so that we can know which schools. Madam Chair, while that will conclude my questioning for the school district in this round, I just wanted to take my last few moments to say a hearty thank you to our members of the Philadelphia Legislative Delegation in Harrisburg. They do not have an easy job, Madam Chair, as you know. I look at our body, and we're Philadelphians, and we have challenges, right? But try two chambers where you don't control either one, and you're trying to get anything accomplished. It's a lot of hard work. So I just want to say to Chairwoman Donna Tucci in the House, Chairwoman Kitchen in the Senate, Vincent Hughes, who is the senior and highest ranking elected official on the Senate side from Philadelphia, Senator Tony Williams, who is the whip on the Democratic side in the Senate. We don't take what you do lightly. We know it's hard work. We've got to raise the issues because they're here and we're closer, so people can't take the subway to see you, right? They can take the subway or the L to come and see us. So we've got to raise the questions, but we don't take lightly what you do, and we thank you. So thank you, Madam Chair, for your leeway.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Gim.
Thank you very much. Some more questions for Ms. Kaser, please. Thank you. So Ms. Kaser, I want to go back to a statement that you made earlier, which was kind of mind-boggling in the sense that you are suggesting a distinction between a charter operator and the board, which is actually created by that charter operator, thus arguing that the charter operator that created the board is simply a contractual entity to the board. Is that a correct understanding of what I'm hearing you say?
So although in the case of Renaissance, it is the charter management or charter operator organization that facilitates the initial board, that is because there is an absence of an entity prior to that. But it is correct that the Board of Trustees of the charter school is the entity and the only entity which holds a charter.
So, you know, I guess if you just see charter operators then as contracts, right? They're effectively just contracts. Then I'm still trying to understand why you wouldn't work in penalties for operators that continue to walk away from their obligations and duties. Why would that not be something that would be a consideration? Otherwise, where's the deterrence to have that be a regular procedure that's now happened twice, in fact?
Because although they are vendors which contract with their boards, they don't contract with us. They engage in a charter process with us, and there are certain laws which protect the nature of charters in the state of Pennsylvania. And that doesn't mean, as we said earlier, that this isn't a great area for the charter school law to contemplate what kinds of requirements there should be on applicants for a charter, but presently those are not contemplated.
You are currently working on these agreements with the current charter entities, are you not?
Yes, we are.
So would you say that you have no role to play in the agreements that you're currently negotiating with these charter entities?
Again, these charter agreements that we are negotiating are with the board, will be held by with the boards of trustees of the charter schools, not the charter management operators themselves. They are signed by the chairs of the board of trustees.
So you currently approved a couple of interesting Renaissance charters in this last go-around. One of the Renaissance operators was found to be out of compliance in 7 out of 11 compliance categories by your office. Is that accurate?
I would need to confirm that.
You wouldn't know if a Renaissance operator was out of compliance at that level? There are only 3, right?
Which operator are you referring to? And I can look that up.
And then one of the Renaissance operators that you approved for a K-8 school had never in fact operated a K-5 school. Is that correct?
Great Oaks Foundation, correct, is an operator of 6 through 12 schools. However, they did have school leadership team members identified in their application with experience operating elementary school grades.
But you didn't contract with those individuals, did you? You contracted with an operator, right?
The charter agreement would be executed with the Board of Trustees of the school.
Right, for an operator that has no experience in operating a K-5 school. You're not contracting with individuals with individual entities. Those individuals who may be part of the charter group could be fired, let go, may not be part of the original group, are not obligated to be part of that charter agreement. Is that right? Okay, so
yes,
why don't we move on?
they are employees of the school. However, the individuals that I'm referring to are employed by Great Oaks Foundation.
Understood, but you're not obligating them to remain in their employment, is that right? You have no power to do that.
That is correct. However,
Okay,
it's not
so
differentiated.
let me repeat again, that you chose and approved an operator that has not had any experience in operating K-5 schools.
The Charter Schools Office recommended an application for a Renaissance charter school.
It's a yes or no question. Could you just answer yes or no, please? So
then actually the answer is no, the Charter Schools Office cannot approve applications.
your charter school office cannot recommend applications?
You asked if we approved. We cannot approve. We did recommend.
Right. Okay, so you recommended an operator that had never had experience with K-5 schools.
We recommended an applicant which demonstrated experience on its team for elementary school grades.
But had never operated a K-5 school prior?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And I guess one of the questions that I have around Renaissance charters, given the fact that 7 out of 13 have seen either a turnaround of their turnaround or are recommended for non-renewal, how is your office ensuring, therefore, when you take operators that are out of compliance in 7 out of 11 rated categories or have never operated a K-5 school for a school that you are now turning over to the K-8, how are you ensuring us that your office is capable of ensuring quality and high-quality operators for vulnerable school communities that are being promised not, a generic charter, but in which they opt in, but where you're mandating and creating an in-district boundary school? We've also noted that, numbers of in-district catchment students have been falling. And I guess I am curious about how you feel that your office is guaranteeing quality.
So to go back to an earlier point, I did confirm that Global Leadership Academy, not the Renaissance school that is proposed and was recommended by our office, but the existing charter school was, yes, found to be non-compliant in 7 of the 11 areas. So to answer your question about how we are ensuring that, with the annual charter evaluation, which I believe is the document you were referring to that cited those areas of non-compliance, we highlighted those areas that could potentially show themselves in the Renaissance environment for Global Leadership Academy at Huey, identified those areas in the resolution to recommend and approve that Renaissance application that the SRC approved at its April 28th meeting, and those will be conditions of that charter actually being executed, a number of which the applicant had addressed in the materials that it submitted to our office with regards to bylaws, English language learner policy, or admissions policies, some of which would not even exist because of the nature of it being a Renaissance school.
But you would argue then that given that these operators either are out of compliance or don't have experience in this area for the grade groups that they're being approved for, that we're in the area of surmising. We do not actually, in fact, past performance isn't a factor on some of this because past performance would indicate either zero experience or troubling experiences.
First, I'd like to finish what I was stating earlier, which was that this was the initial inaugural year of the annual charter evaluation. So this was the first time schools and the community was able to see these various areas of performance, academic, organizational compliance, and finance. And schools now clearly understand what is expected of them. This was not a tool nor public reporting that existed prior to this year from our office. With this going forward, schools are very clear about what the expectations are. Many of the charters have already taken action to correct those issues, and it is a tool that the office will use to ensure the quality of not just the Renaissance charters, but all charter schools in the city going forward, because we will have this information and it will be actionable for the schools and the school leaders to make the necessary improvements to ensure quality for our students.
You didn't choose to use the information that you had for the charter schools that you operated this year. Is there something that's going to significantly change for the next year? There was no reason not to use those decisions for this current batch and go around. So you chose not to do that for this year. How can we ensure that you are actually committed then to a quality and curated charter school system and making promises that these haphazard, erratic situations where charter schools are failing mid-year or simply switching operators and management teams as they choose doesn't continue to ransack our school communities and neighborhoods?
We did actually use the information this year. As I mentioned, the information that we highlighted in the ACE for Global Leadership Academy, those items which could potentially present themselves at Global Leadership Academy Southwest at Huey were incorporated as conditions in the approval of that application. So the information was used. As I also mentioned earlier, we have added information in the resolutions as well as language in the charter agreements, which allows for both the Charter Schools Office and the School Reform Commission to review any material changes or amendments to a charter agreement, including the charter management organization as a material amendment, and that we would have the ability to have a voice and have oversight in those decisions going forward. Unfortunately, that was not incorporated in the charter agreements at the start of the Renaissance process in 2010, and so we did not have that oversight or that authority at that time for those charter changes.
So are the license agreements for charter schools operated in district buildings uniform, or do they vary in terms of what services the district is responsible for and what the charters pay for? Hello.
Hi. It is, the license agreements have varied to date, although there is a recognition of that to standardize moving forward at the time of renewal.
Will the current round of Renaissance schools be standardized in terms of their charter licensing agreements?
They're not yet executed.
That wasn't my question.
But
My question was, will they be standardized? How's that?
That's the intention, since we're still working on them. I don't want to give a commitment without the documents and being fully executed, but that was the intention.
And you would agree then that the licensing agreements being equitable, minimizing costs to the district, and becoming standardized is an important issue?
It's been one that we've recognized from an operations standpoint. The ability to manage is much easier when it's standardized.
And also that abuses won't necessarily happen. For example, schools that might receive buildings free of charge or have maintenance provided to them or services like of that sort.
Yeah, that would be the benefit of standardizing.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilwoman Reynolds Brown?
I will say bravo. I'm pleased to hear that a standardized process is now in place, because it certainly takes a lot of the subjectivity out and becomes more believable to charter school operators who ultimately are rendered the difficult decision. You cannot be a charter school anymore when it's based on objective, standardized data, uniformity, if you will. It just makes everyone's life so much better. So bravo for finally having that practice in place. And let me say thank you. I had the conversation regarding special education. I know that there's a new sheriff in town when it comes to special ed, so I'm not going to use my time to address that issue because I'm a lot more confident that that young person's life is going to turn around as deservingly so. So I'm going to leave that there. Back to the MBE, WBE question, which, as I've said often, is a broken record for me, but we're going to play it until folks get it. Is there an expectation that charter school operators have some commitment to MBE, WBE procurement practices, either on the professional services side or the goods and services? And is there policy for that?
I'm bringing Ms.
The
Kaser up
professional,
from...
the expert, I get it.
Thank you.
I get it.
Yes, so there are requests that we make in terms of our Renaissance charter process, where we solicit that information about minority and women-owned businesses from the applicants. There is nothing, however, in state charter school law that has either an expectation or an allowance for us to use that in a determination factor in approving or denying a charter application.
Okay, so with that said, and knowing that we have to be in compliance, knowing also that that is an expectation here in Philadelphia City Council, across the universe, where's the school district in drilling down that information is needed for us? It's, period. Do you think it's important? Let's start there.
I do think it is very important.
Do you think it's important?
I think it's very important.
Okay.
I would go a step further to say I think some of the other information that we would like to have about diversity for Board of Trustees, members of a charter school, instructional staff members at a charter school are also important.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we are caught between this rock and a hard place where the charter school law, if it does not explicitly provide for that as a
Okay.
reason to approve or deny an application, then we do not have a legal sufficiency standard
I
that
see.
we can meet to approve or deny that applicant on those bases.
I see. Well, you took care of my answer to the follow-up question about boards, because we also believe that boards should look like the constituents they serve. So that answers that question. We need not beat a dead horse. It's just a reminder that we need to do all we can to get on the same page and amend, change, or get rid of, I'm just kidding, the charter school law. All right. Trades, CCP. So we've heard a lot about the mayor's rebuild, and all of us philosophically agree that pre-K is important. It's overdue. We need to do it. But there's a sentiment amongst some members that, let me speak for Blondell, so that it's exceedingly clear. I'm not for universal pre-K if we can't ensure that rebuild is done in a way that connects high school students, and is happening in some small way, but it's not in a tangible, structured way, a systemic way where high school students are going to be intimately locked into tangible opportunities with this rebuild. And so while I hear that CCP is actively engaged, and you have it, and you have some examples of where it's working, the hope of a number of members of council is that systemically we get our high school students connected to this rebuild enterprise. So conversations are great, but there will be some of us who want tangible evidence that that's going to be real when and if we prove how we fund pre-K.
Absolutely, Councilwoman, and I would add that, and I should have said this earlier, number one, we're excited by the focus both City Council as a group and the mayor have on increasing the number of pre-K seats in the city. An additional 6,500 seats would be great.
Yes.
And would benefit all of our young people. And when funding becomes secured, we stand ready to provide our experience and expertise. That's on the first point.
Yes.
On the second point, it's absolutely essential that we use the resources that we now have in many of our schools to provide children with the skills and ability
Yes.
and the competencies to do this work with opportunities to do this work.
Thank you very much. With the
And I
opportunity.
think it should be a natural pipeline for many of our young people who are learning these skills in schools in order to be a part of that possible development, a workforce that would be required if in fact there is more building that goes on in the city.
Yes, because I think we're going to have one chance to get this right, because it has long-term positive implications if we do, and it has long-term positive implications if we don't.
Right.
So that's why, in writing, I've learned a long time ago, if it's not in writing, it doesn't exist. So it will be important that whatever this partnership, relationship is going to be between the school district and the rebuild part of the universal pie, that is in writing and real tangible. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
You are quite welcome, Councilwoman Gim.
Thank you very much. So, Dr. Height, I think I struggled a little bit with the charter office around articulating some of the concerns, but one of the, or getting some clarification to some of these concerns, but one of the questions has been this concern about what happened at Kenderton, where we had Young Scholars as an operator who has now twice walked away from a charter school mid-contract within its care. And I actually am going to disagree a little bit with the interpretation that if the law is silent, we can't act. I think if the law is silent, you can act, actually, until the law tells you not to. The law is not meant to be comprehensive. It's not meant to delineate every single thing that the district must do in the specific order that it can. If the school district sees a problem, that it has a responsibility to act unless the law says it does not have the power to do so. And I guess the question then is, back to that original statement, that we are dealing with charter operators that have past performance has shown them to be out of compliance in areas or don't have experience. Would the school district consider exploring issues of penalties for charter operators that refuse to fulfill their contracts mid-year? I'm going to not even deal with the whole strangeness around distinguishing between a board of trustees and the charter operator that creates that board, because I think that that's a little bit, you know, I struggle to actually believe that that's a serious thing that is the case, because at that point, why not have a SAC just simply contract with a management entity to run a school? I don't think that that's accurate. So, you know, back again, is this something that the district is looking at to avoid, you know, to write in financial penalties into the contracts with new Renaissance operators to deter them from bowing out of contracts, like what happened at Kennerton, and specifically with Young Scholars twice?
Yeah, that's, as described, Councilwoman Kim, that's a lot easier to do when it is a contract. When charter law then is involved in the development of that contract, and that is with most of our charter agreements, be it Renaissance or new charters, then we do have to operate within the charter school law to do that. And it is, yes, the district would like to have the opportunity to impose penalties or sanctions if in fact we were allowed to do that within charter school law. And so I want to come back to the point that I almost started the hearings with earlier this morning, is that our opportunity here is around new charter school legislation that allows us to do those types of things that would help us to control some of the actions and some of the activities within that sector. Absent that, when we have a charter school agreement, then the agreement is guided by the charter school legislation, and the legislation gives us ability at renewal, if we're going through a non-renewal process, or if that entity hands it back to us. If the group with which we've entered into a charter agreement, and in most cases that's the board, if in fact those individuals choose another operator, then we do not have the ability to address that issue.
So for clarity though, a Renaissance charter is neither recognized by state law nor enshrined into it in any specific way, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
So we are now dealing with, let's take charters out of the equation. We have a situation where, you know, Renaissance is fundamentally different and is clearly an action that the district is taking that is outside the purview of the state charter law. In fact, primarily because it does not require students to be brought in by lottery. And that it mandates students to actually have, it mandates the operator or the charter school board of trustees to have a specific catchment area and obligations to those students in the catchment area, which is specifically not what the state charter law says. If that's the case, why are we making Renaissance charters a charter school? Why are they not simply a SAC that contracts with a management entity? It thus prevents us, one, it gives us control over the contract. Two, it takes us out of the insanity of charter school funding, charter school caps on enrollments, inability to control these operators, and allowing them to basically run amok. Why are we, it is not accurate to say that the charter law has to govern this when we are already outside the law.
Yes,
and I guess I'm wondering why go charter for Renaissance? Why not make it simply a management contract obligated to the SAC of that school?
Yeah, and so once we enter into the charter agreement, it does become, even if it's Renaissance, it's actually guided by then charter school legislation, although it's dealing with an in-boundary set of students. Several years ago, we were experimenting with putting out for RFP for providers who would come in and take on some of our challenging schools. And what we found was that there were very few entities other than the charter providers or the CMOs who were interested in coming in and doing that work, partly to have the protection under the charter school law, and I'm only making that assumption, But we did not have a lot of other entities, although now with some of our new schools, we are trying to contract with Big Picture. We are looking at a school, at a company that talks about strategies and a different approach.
Big Picture as a charter or as a?
No, as a contract. So they will run a district school, they will be a district school, and we will contract with that organization to do that, and that school remains a Philadelphia district school. We've also done that with our Building 21 school that is up and running now, and so, but those individuals are not interested in turnaround, which is very specific work around the work that is happening at some of the schools that have been designated Renaissance.
It's interesting. I mean, I still think it begs the question of whether Renaissance is the way to go when we have a lot of problems with the program, and whether we're entertaining operators that are far beyond, raise a lot of questions about their ability to execute on the contract over a long term. And that we have an office that is not really, attuned to that, and that we might be better off in a situation where you are exploring the things like this, that we have an in-district turnaround model. You have entities that are willing to come in as contracts, ones that we therefore can sustain, control. We don't worry about catchment, and we don't worry about the restrictions that, are under the charter law. I just think it's an important question, and really asks about the $6.6 million in Renaissance contracts for next year alone, that our sunk costs obligate us for the next 5 years, and, for me, create a lot of alarm bells, so.
Yes, thank you. And it's while we are investing an equal amount in the in-district turnaround, because we haven't had that before. We do have that now. We're really excited about the schools that are going to enter into that, and it'll give us an opportunity to compare and contrast, if you will, the approaches.
Thank you very much. Councilman Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier in testimony, there was some discussion with Councilman Brown regarding outside legal expenditures, and I remember in that conversation, that colloquy, there was a perspective that outside legal costs have increased because of funding challenges that the district has had, and that's reduced the amount of, I would say, staff and others that can provide support to children with special needs. And so I guess my question I have is, how much money does the district currently spend on children with disabilities?
We'll have to get that number, Councilman, we can get that number. It'll take some time, but we have that in our budget book. We think it's in the high 300s or low $400 million.
Yes. That sounds about right.
Yes.
And I guess the question is, because of the fact that you've had, although I understand the concept of having to make reductions on a staff perspective from a fiscal challenge, but that opens the district up to possible litigation from not being able to meet IEP initiatives for various children. So how do you balance the two in reference to budget challenges, in reference to staff reduction versus opening yourself up to litigation from IEP perspective?
Yeah, it's both a matter of operations and priorities, and making sure, number one, that we're able to meet the individual educational needs of those young people, but at the same token, prioritizing the very few dollars we have in order to invest to ensure that we are solving that problem that you raised, so that it doesn't create an additional problem around legal challenges or not being able to serve children or out-of-district placements. All of those are byproducts of not being able to serve children in our current educational environment. The one thing that we are doing moving forward is looking student by student at all of the things that they need, making sure that we have those compliance practices in place at every school, making sure that we have individuals who are accountable and responsible for that work, and making sure that we have sufficient legal staff in our central administration so that we don't contract on the back end all of the work that is related to educating these children moving forward.
And how are you making sure that's occurring?
I'm going to ask Cheryl Logan to come up, who is doing that work right now. She's the individual that...
And as she's coming to the table, I also have a question representing what's the percentage of children with special needs in the school district?
I think that's 14%. 14%.
And from a charter school perspective, do you have any idea what the percentage is for charter schools?
In charter schools, I don't know the percentage in charter schools.
It's
16.
16 in charter schools.
16% for charter schools, 14% for the district. Okay.
Yeah.
So how are we making sure that IEP needs are being fulfilled within the schools throughout the district when there's been staffing challenges in the district?
So, Cheryl Logan, Chief of Academic Supports. So a couple of things that we're doing. So when we've had some staffing challenges, one of the things that we've done is gone to some contract teachers, especially for our low incidence students, specifically AS and our ES classes. We wanted to make sure that all of those classes were covered with either a school district teacher or a contract teacher. So we are able to...
And when you say contract teacher, are you talking from either what would have been sourced for teachers and now...
No, a contracted... thank you for your question. The contracted teacher, we contract through, we have a few agencies that are able to provide contract teachers. Typically, the contract comes with a teacher and then the appropriate number of assistants that would accompany, so it's more of a class model, and that they provide the educator and the assistant, a certificated educator and the assistant to cover the class. So we were able to do that with all of our AS classes and all of the rest of our ES classes.
And who are some of those providers?
I don't have the names, I'm sorry, in front of me, but I will make sure to get those to you.
Okay. And then just my final question, there was an earlier testimony regarding truancy. I know Ms. Lynch had testified, and I think Councilwoman Brown had raised the question based on the hearings that Councilman Jones and Councilman Johnson had regarding youth violence as it relates to guns. So I guess my understanding based on Ms. Lynch's testimony and also from the budget testimony from District Attorney Williams, and now I'm hearing from the school district, this issue has now been resolved in reference to information being provided from both parties. And now things are going through truancy court. That's my understanding.
While Ms. Lynch is coming up, Councilman, I want to go back to the IEP numbers. In the district, the IEP percentage is 15.3%. In the charters, it's 16.8%, and the cyber charters and non-Philadelphia place students, those are out-of-district placements, is 19.8%.
For the record, Karen Lynch, Chief Student Support Services for the School District of Philadelphia. My understanding of your question is whether or not the district attorney's original concern has been addressed. His was a FERPA concern regarding the sharing of information. I think when we last spoke, and I shared this earlier, the district attorney planned to, or at least his staff indicated that he planned to talk with courts. And to my knowledge, that has not happened. There's not been a response to us regarding or following any conversation with the courts regarding a court order to provide the confidential information.
But I think that's somewhat different because I think Councilman Brown led to understand that this issue has been resolved in reference to going through truancy court. But now I'm hearing somewhat different perspective that you're saying the district attorney's office has not gone to the First Judicial District for a court order in reference to having the information provided from the school district to the DA's office. Is that what I'm hearing? That's clearly not what Councilman Brown was led to believe earlier.
So I do not know whether or not the district attorney went to the court and asked them to provide the court order. I have not heard back. We have not heard back as a district from the district attorney following any conversations with the court at all. the questions that I was asked earlier were about the process that the district attorney's office and the school district engages in, whether or not those processes were now aligned. And my response to the councilwoman was yes, in fact, the processes are more aligned than they were in the past, because now the district attorney has requested for those schools, those charter schools that the district attorney has been working with, he has now requested that those schools now also go to those families, when truancy continues, that they go to truancy court.
Right,
So there's
but
now...
I'm not talking about charter schools. I'm talking in reference to the school district of Philadelphia, in reference to trying to address the issue of truancy, because the premise of Councilman Brown's question is that truancy unfortunately provides a path to an unfortunate outcome for many young children. And I think the gist of her questions was in reference to the issue being resolved, and you're making reference to truancy court as well as charter schools. My perspective, and from the understanding that I've received in conversations, that both the district attorney and Dr. Height were aligned in reference to trying to address truancy through this process, similar to what has occurred with previous school district administrations with Dr. Ackerman. My question is, why can't that be resolved now? And I think part of the perspective is that the charter schools believe they can provide this information without violating federal law, but for whatever reason, the school district has a different perspective.
I will add to that, Councilman Green, that so we are absolutely in alignment on addressing the issue. This issue is a result of the information that we can make public, that we allow to make public. And we are not allowed to provide the type of data that is being requested by the district attorney as so far as this issue is concerned with respect to truancy. We can provide all of the names and addresses of all of our young people, but as soon as that request includes specific information about that child's academic history or attendance or anything else, that's information that's protected under FERPA, that then creates a problem for us to share. And so the notion of the district attorney going to the courts and asking that question, perhaps that could provide a pathway for us to share that information. We want to share the information as much as he wants the information. We're just not able to under FERPA.
Okay, and that's an opinion that was shared by your council, that you couldn't share it under FERPA?
That's the opinion that was shared by FERPA. So we contacted the FERPA office, the National FERPA office, and asked them. We also shared that opinion that was given to us by FERPA, by the Department of Education's FERPA office. We shared that with the district attorney. We urged that if they had any questions or concerns, they too could seek an opinion from FERPA. There was not a response that was provided. So they have all of the information that we have.
Could you provide a copy of that opinion to the chair? And is there, let me ask this question, is there a way of getting to that information without violating that federal law, and a way to address truancy?
So the information, the correspondence at your request and the request of several other council members was in fact shared after the hearing that you referenced earlier. We don't know of any way around it other than a change in state law and/or consent of parents involved. And we've shared that with the district attorney, and the district attorney's response was, it's not likely that parents are going to want to give consent to have their information shared when the result is going to be a letter from the district attorney indicating that they are violating the law.
So it's your perspective that we would need to get the information from the First Judicial District as a way of addressing the issue?
The best way that I know of, and again, I can't comment on that. I mean, the court is going to have to decide, and the court has in the past said that this is not information that they are going to order the district to share. But the best that I can offer on this is we have reached out to FERPA to see...
We asked this question 3 years ago, Councilman Green, and that was the response we got from the courts.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Councilwoman Gann?
I feel like ping pong, Councilman Green. I wanted to thank you for working through the last round of questions with me, because I know that was a little bit of trying to understand different practices that we can explore. Ultimately, who would be responsible for school contracts like a big picture? What office would that be under?
That would be under procurement. But that would be, we would contract with, the network that would do that work is our innovation network. And so that would be Chris Lehman, and who would help structure the components of that.
And, again, I want to underscore that I think that it's an interesting model from a number of different reasons. One, it talks about innovation as opposed to failure rates, which I think a Renaissance is heavily rooted around and makes it difficult when families are pitted against what is perceived as a failing school versus, the only other option in there. And I also don't deny that operators would want to have the charter law to fall under the charter law. There's no question. They operate with enormous freedom and, hold districts basically in the palm of their hand under the state charter law. All the more reason why, when we're dealing with Renaissance in particular, urge the district to consider not going charter. That it's not the only option as you're starting to explore other areas, and that we have a luxury to be able to think very carefully about the kinds of companies we want to bring in, and that we're not scraping kind of the bottom of the barrel, but that we're looking for creative, innovative options to school communities long denied that. And hopefully confidence in your innovation network leader to really be cognizant of that. I think he's particularly attuned to that. So I want to thank you for that and for helping work through that a little bit, and would like to just continue those conversations. So I wanted to return to the issue. I have just kind of three quick areas of sorts. I wanted to return to this issue of the district losing 1,000 students a year and kind of the hollowing out of the district schools that's happening. And, that just creates a downward enrollment spiral, and trying to think of the factors that result in that. And one of the questions that kind of comes to mind is this question of transportation. So if I'm a family and I'm unhappy with my neighborhood district school, and I want to attend another district school outside of my neighborhood school, what actually are my options, and can I get busing transportation there?
So transportation is not going to, let me share your options. Your options are to request an exception to the 1.5 rule, if in fact it is beyond 1.5 miles. But unfortunately, transportation is not likely to be provided. So what we look for is we look for hazardous routes. We look for whether or not there are existing transportation, like an existing bus that the child can ride upon.
Is that a financial reason that that's not offered?
I would defer to, but I can share with you that for the state, it's 2 miles. For the city of Philadelphia, it's 1.5 miles, and cost is in fact a factor.
And I understand that cost is a factor, absolutely. But, I understand also that the state law allows families to be bused through charter laws almost anywhere. And, one question is that if we don't...
And private schools.
Yes, and private schools, obviously. But if we ourselves do not offer busing to district families that would like to attend another district school, then isn't that a barrier to enrollment and retaining enrollment of families?
It's unequal, certainly, and it is a challenge for families, yes.
And, it's something that I would like the district to just think about a little bit. And, I know that this is an extreme expense. I very closely track the transportation budget numbers. I understand how expensive it is. But it does feel like it is a significant barrier to retaining enrollment in the school district overall.
It would be, we would love to talk more about this, Councilwoman, and looking at the number of children who would be eligible for that, and then considering what those costs would be, and then trying to make a informed determination around the cost associated with that. But it does jump up in cost pretty quickly. depending on the numbers of children, and we were estimating that it would be around 3,000 to 4,000 children who may qualify for that level of transportation, which could add significant cost to us over the long haul.
But, in part, it's also this idea about, the school district would like to say it's a school district of choice, but in fact, for district families that want to remain within the school district of Philadelphia, the choices are very limited because the burden falls upon them, whereas if, the driver is towards outside the district. NCLB used to pay for that, but is that gone right now?
No child left behind. That's not.
Yeah, no, so NCLB used to
Right.
pay.
Let me clarify that the district would have been under the old NCLB
Yes.
laws obligated to provide funding or busing to families if they attended a quote-unquote failing school in their
Yes.
neighborhood and then chose to apply outside of that.
That's correct.
Are
That's
you
correct.
no longer under that obligation?
Yeah, no, we're no longer under that obligation, and it's
Is
been
that a
reauthorized.
waiver or
No.
did it go away? Do you know what the mechanism is for that?
Yeah, well, NCLB has been reauthorized to, every student
Yes.
succeeds. That part of that provision came out, and now that's going to be determined by each individual state how those options will work for the bottom 1% of schools.
Maybe that's something that we can continue to talk about a little bit. One question I wanted to ask Ms. Lynch was, there's been a lot of changes with our Department of Human Services, some, unfortunately with yesterday's news, not for the better, but, I know that you've done a tremendous amount of work around this issue of trauma-informed care in schools, and I'm curious about whether the district has opened up conversations with DHS about bringing some of the social workers into schools, and particularly if you've prioritized high schools at all, and if you could just speak to that a little bit.
Well, first, I thank you very much for the question because bringing social workers, MSWs from the Department of Human Services into the school district is something that we would very much like to do. And we have, in fact, opened conversation with them. We have probably about 15 or 20 in our schools right now. But if we were able to have in each and every one of our high schools a social worker, our principals are asking for it. It is absolutely a need that exists within our schools, and it is a skill set that our students need given the experiences that they have had. So we would very much like to have a social worker in every one of our schools.
In addition to the resources that are there now, not to replace a resource, but in addition to.
Correct.
Yes.
And Madam Chair, as yourself being Chair of Education and myself being Chair of the Children and Youth Committee, perhaps we could have and open up conversations with DHS about seeing what the possibility is. And if we could work with your department, Ms. Lynch, it would be great if we could see what could move within, DHS. We want to be responsive and responsible to them, but if the district and principals within the district are open to having a social worker in every high school, or, especially in our high schools, I think, but particularly in other high-need schools, and that DHS might be a place to ask some questions about whether that could be. I would love to see if we could continue this conversation after this hearing about that.
We definitely appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that too. And my final question for Dr. Height is a little bit around suspensions and discipline in schools. I know that we've had some concerns about high school students who've complained about having suspensions for relatively minor things, or being sent home if they're not in a school uniform, or being charged fines for not having an ID, or forced to not carry water bottles or other types of things in schools. Do you feel like this type of, I want to be thoughtful because I think principals should have a right to establish some norms within their schools. But at the point when it reaches punitive levels and starts to really kind of filter out as being extremely punitive, relatively minor compared to the level of things that we're seeing, is there an ability for the district to clarify what its policies should be around, minor, and again, I want to be careful because I think principals should have the right to determine the norms within their schools, but relatively minor infractions that don't seem to rise to the level of suspensions, fines, and those kinds of things.
Thank you for asking that question. I mean, this is one area where I've heard this from the students who attend that send me text messages and emails, and this has been a subject of conversations with many of our student leaders for some period of time. And this is an area where we have engaged pretty actively with principals and school leaders, and to their dismay, because we are, in some cases, referring back to a code of student conduct that has been redesigned to create other avenues as opposed to a zero tolerance approach to everything. And so Karen Lynch and her department have been doing a lot of good work around this, but we have walked children back to school. We have redefined, for clarity reasons, what the code says are suspendable and non-suspendable events. And we have been very direct with schools about that. And so the best advice that we're giving to individuals is to bring those issues to our attention, and we are addressing those issues in a pretty active and engaged way so that our young people are not subject to a catch-all rule that allows mass suspensions for things like being in the hallway a minute after the bell rings. And so those are issues that we're addressing with our code of student conduct. We're looking at a youth court. We're trying to implement the positive behavior approach, the restorative practices approach, all of the things around creating more conducive types of environments for young people. And I'll ask Ms. Lynch to add anything that I may have missed, but this is a very important point, and it is an area where we actively engage, and if a principal is trying to solve a problem, then we try to work with him or her to solve that issue, not using a discipline approach to solve those things.
Thank you, Dr. Haidt. So the only thing that I would add is that our Code of Student Conduct right now specifically does not allow those infractions that you just mentioned. When Dr. Haidt first arrived, he asked that we remove from the code those subjective gray areas like the water bottle and uniform infraction and so on and so on. So those are violations. If suspensions are issued for those violations, those are in fact violations of our Code of Student Conduct. And we recognize, too, that when students have offenses that are subjective, like you mentioned, that leads over time to escalating. And in fact, we saw in the past where that led to ongoing suspensions, expulsion. That starts that pipeline to prison. And so that's one of the things that we want to make certain we do not do.
And one of the things that, I wanted to suggest is that, we've dealt with, when you're dealing with widespread kind of uncertainty around this, that it's hard to do on a case-by-case basis. And I'm sure you're hearing from a lot of these. But that's something that can help, and U.S. Department of Education occasionally does this. For example, when they mandated the use of allows transgendered students to use bathrooms and others spaces within schools, they send a wide letter out to clarify what the policy is. And my question is, would you commit to writing a public letter to principals in September that clarifies what the policies are and helps uniformly open the year with, this is permitted, we've become aware of repeated situations around this is not permitted?
Yes, and not only would we be engaged in that, we have, that's consistent with steps that we've taken previously, and as we speak, we are also working on a policy that we're going to submit to the SRC for a resolution that we're going to submit to the SRC for their consideration around the transgender issues that came out of the Office of Civil Rights and the Education Office last week. We were already working to address that issue and provide clarity to to all of the leaders of our schools. And so, yes, we will commit to doing that. And we not only send out that information, we have a training day where we say, here are the appropriate actions to take, here are the non-appropriate, and we also talked about unintended biases and trying to address those issues. And last year, we opened the year with a conference around unintended biases that sometimes exist with certain individuals.
And, along those similar lines, a lot of parents and families complain about bullying and harassment in schools as being one of the major obstacles around school safety. I know that earlier in February, we were talking about the position that was once held by Diane Scher that came about through the U.S. Department of Justice's civil rights mandate to address harassment in schools was vacated and has not been refilled. But really wanted to emphasize that we really did talk very deeply when we were dealing with significant amounts of harassment, a lot of questions about who is responsible, that the U.S. Department of Civil Rights made very clear that the district cannot say that everyone is responsible for safety. It actually has to designate people who are responsible for school safety, and that students, staff, and administrators have to know who that person is. It has to be both at a school level and at a district level. And could you talk a little bit about where we can be with that in September?
In September, we have advertised that position. We are interviewing. We've got a couple of finalists that I think are going to be ideal. The compliance part of that position has been filled by Rachel Holzman, who is leading our Office of Student Rights and Responsibilities. We want to increase the training that takes place, as well as the recognition of new and different techniques in order to address the needs of the child that is the victim and as well the child who is the bully. And so we're bringing in a person who has a behavioral health background, who is very much involved with addressing issues of trauma, because we think that in large part the bullying stems from some of that experience, and so we're going to approach the issue from two perspectives moving forward.
That's great. And, just to add to that a little bit is there is a distinction that I draw between bullying and harassment, so that bullying can be out of norms, harassment can be very much within norms of sorts, because they specifically target people based on broad classes, including whether language is spoken, race, gender, physical ability, and that these are very vulnerable classes, and that both our teachers, our staff members, and our students do have to be trained on the civil rights of young people when and sexual orientation, and that they have a responsibility as well as an obligation, a legal obligation, to uphold their ability to move and travel through schools safely and with full access as well. So, yes, thank you.
We agree 100%.
Okay. I would like to just note for the record that the school district and our office does not always disagree on things, and so that was very encouraging. So I want to thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Do we have any other questions or comments from members of this committee? I guess we've had enough time to do them all, huh? There being none, this committee will stand in recess until Wednesday, May 18th, 10 o'clock a.m., where we will reconvene in this room in 400 City Hall. Thank you all very much. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, and perseverance.